G'day, mate. 40 here, and Los Angeles is battling a whole bunch of fires right now, but there's something far more dangerous than fires for Los Angelinos right now. That is the fire of homophobia. And then there's something else even more dangerous than the fires and the fire of homophobia. It's the tsunami of misinformation. Now, part of me thought, if we just take the tsunami of misinformation that's flowing through social media right now, and we direct that tsunami of misinformation onto the fire of homophobia, and then into the fire in Pacific Palisades and around LA, maybe the tsunami of misinformation can wash away the fires of homophobia and the fires of fire that are killing people and burning up homes. So perhaps that's a win-win, right? Let's harness that tsunami of misinformation that's flowing all around us on social media right now, and let's direct it towards our common good. And you're thinking, what the hell are you talking about, 40? Well, let me show you what I'm talking about, mate.
A girl who was... Yes, I can
So
hear
sad.
you. So the family with a poor little girl who was...
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Gina,
God, after all I've done to fight and to quench the fires of homophobia, and then we have a major Los Angeles TV channel like sharing that kind of message of hate. This is no time for hate. And here's where the fire of homophobia, right, is deadly dangerous. Right now, there are thousands of people in Los Angeles who are not following expert directives, right? They are not listening to the fire department. They are not listening to our fantastic mayor, Karen Bass. They are not listening to the wonderful lesbian people running our Los Angeles Fire Department. And they're staying by their homes, and their homes are threatened by this onrushing wall of fire. All right, great walls of fire are threatening Los Angeles right now, and people are staying in their homes and not following expert direction. And why? Because they fear that if they leave their homes, that in all the smoke and the fire and the confusion, right, some illegal alien's going to come along, hold them down, pull down their pants, and anally rape them. And that's not the fear. That's the pretext of their fear. They fear that if that happens, they might enjoy it. And then if they enjoy it, even if it's just purely involuntarily, because the prostate is getting massaged, that means that they are a sodomite and that they are headed for the eternally burning fires of hell. And I just want to share with you what my sergeant told me before I went Christmas caroling in Helmand Province about 15 years ago. And he said, 40, if the Taliban get you and the Taliban hold you down and the Taliban run a train on your ass and you find yourself enjoying it, right? Don't hate yourself. Don't blame yourself. Don't question your sexual orientation. It's an involuntary response, right? You are not to blame. You are not the bad guy if your worst nightmare has come true and then you find yourself enjoying the experience. Because I was once coming out of the dunny in outback Australia, and this bloody dingo, it grabbed me, it held me down, and it raped me. And midway through, I found myself involuntarily enjoying it. And then for years afterwards, right, I questioned if maybe my primary orientation was not towards girls, maybe it was towards dingoes. And my teenage years were just a wasteland of doubt and confusion about where the true direction of my heart lay due to that formative experience with that dingo. But that was an involuntary response that I had. So if you have an involuntary response, right, you are not to blame. I had this girlfriend who was told me about a long-term relationship she had with this bloke who wanted to add a little spice to their life. And so he brought another bloke home so they could have a threesome. And this new bloke came home and he went down on her and he gave my girlfriend an orgasm but she didn't like it, right? It was like way too intimate an act for a stranger to commit on her. So yeah, she involuntarily orgasmed, but she hated it. And so you are not to blame, right? As that psychiatrist in Good Will Hunting keeps telling you, like, I just wish I could hold you in my arms, you homophobes right now. I wish I could hold you in my arms and like pat your head and let you know it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. The experts told you to flee your home. Then an illegal alien just so happened to take you right behind the dunny. And then he did unspeakable things to you. And you're now filled with shame that you enjoyed them. And you're questioning your whole orientation. It is not your fault. I just wish I could like pat your head and hold you right now and help you overcome the homophobia so that you start listening to the experts and you don't participate in this stream of misinformation that is polluting our vital essences of social media right now. My God, the things that go on TV, it makes me so upset to hear this kind of misinformation.
That are taking place. Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the news, though, you're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
It's all the gay people in LA.
Okay.
Oh my God. My God. Look, hard fact. You are far more likely to be raped by an American citizen than by an illegal alien. And another disturbing fact, illegal aliens are far more likely to be homophobic than your fellow American citizens. You wanted a serious show today? This is deadly serious, man. I am saving lives here. All right. I am sharing with you my lived experience. I'm here to listen to your lived experience. I am presenting you the best sources of information that I have on what is confronting us right now. And I'm letting you know how much I admire Lindsay Horvath, that Los Angeles County supervisor, even though she wears that big shiny gold cross. I just think she's doing the Lord's work, and I love her big glasses. Look, this is a very serious show, and I'm combining all this with the latest in cutting-edge, peer-reviewed academic research. And then I am showing to you how all of this tsunami of peer-reviewed, highly accurate information and the wisest opinions was already there for us in the Torah, in the Talmud 2,000 years ago, right? The latest in the news, the latest in expert opinion, right? It was already reflected in the pages of our holy tradition more than 2,000 years ago.
Fox News alert officials in Los Angeles providing an update on the city's devastating wildfires. Let's watch.
These winds, combined with low relative humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County very high. I asked our county residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los
A dingo took my cherry. A dingo, a bloody dingo.
Angeles County Board Chair, Supervisor Catherine Barger, and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These
Thank
recovery
you.
centers.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. And
thank you.
Water supplies literally spilling over, and
thank you.
Currently at 23,000.
Thank you.
Held to 799 acres and is now 89%.
Thank you.
Gavin Newsom's fault because of the way in which water is concerned. And Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, came back and said, kids lost their schools, families torn asunder, churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. Does everything get politicized these days?
Everything does get politicized, but also Newsom is not without fault, as he was on like Pod Save America, a explicitly political podcast talking about this almost very quickly after this happened. Here's the thing. There are very real regulatory issues and water issues and issues with preparedness in the state of California. That cannot be denied as part of this. There have been problems with even communication about those issues because people are trying to save their jobs and point fingers instead of doing the work that needs to be done on the ground. This press conference is a bit of an improvement over what we've seen in the past.
Megan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from California. I'm from Northern California. These water issues have been going on for the longest time. They're older than I am, and they will continue to go on. I do think that there is some blame here that goes all around. I don't think it's just Gavin Newsom's fault or the mayor's fault. The communication issues, that may be true. But, and to your point, Newsom.
Example, a reservoir was reported to have been empty. So it's not like Los Angeles did everything right. I'm just was so struck by the back and forth between the governor and the president-elect.
Well, and Megan's right. It's not a time to be taking pot shots at people, right? But there needs to be accountability for these things. Make basics great again. The basics of government need to happen. The fire chief needs to understand how hydrants work, and she admitted the other day she did not. This is part of preparedness.
All right, we can pick up that feed again. We temporarily lost.
3 for curfew violations and 3 for additional charges, including carrying a concealed firearm and narcotics.
Okay, I'll keep ahead of the news, but in difficult times, all right, we need influential intellectual heavyweights to explain the world to us on the right now. So thank God for the services of Richard Hanania and that podcaster on history who Tucker Carlson praised, and for this fine gentleman, and for Curtis Yarvin. I mean, thank God we are in the best of hands. So my instinct, my default in general is to let the free market rip. And it's far better to let the free market rip, all right, than to allow wildfires to rip. Oh,
close off like, I don't know, 17 blocks. It feels excessive.
It's too many.
It feels excessive. I said to the cops, I go, is this a prime terrorist threat? Is this, if you want to hurt America, do you bomb the Golden Globes?
Yeah, well, that's actually.
Do you know what I mean?
That's an international. No, you do the Academy Awards.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think the Golden Globes are a real threat.
No, look at all the street closures.
I mean, it's crazy.
They want to shut the whole city down.
Wow.
The whole thing is insane.
But this is the
because the comics have done that gig. It's a tough gig, right? Coy had a tough time, and it's because it's a weird gig.
It depends how you see it.
Yeah, but that's different. Joe got that gig within like a month of it airing.
Right? No. I'm not even blaming him. I would never want it. It's like the worst gig ever.
It's a weird.
Would you take it?
I wouldn't.
Would you take it?
They would never ask.
They would never ask.
Hypothetically.
No, because it's not the hypothetical is that they would.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't belong in. No, I don't.
I don't think it would make sense for me to do it.
Why would we?
I would do billboards if that was still around.
I would. There's things.
Billboard Award.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. I would do
People's Choice.
Did they do? Does the Apollo have award ceremony?
Okay, I didn't get the timestamp
Soul Train Award.
But believe me, it's worth
there was
it.
a skirmish at one of them
worth
recently.
it.
It was kind of a melee.
By the way, the best white word about an all-black fight is a skirmish.
Skirmish.
There's a skirmish out there
It's a
happening.
melee. Something happened.
That was like, this is my buddy.
Yeah.
Was on the train in Chicago, and he hears these two dudes are on the subway, and the one guy's like, "Hey yo," and he recognizes his friend. He goes, "Oh, what's up, man?" He goes, "Hey man, whatever happened to Charles?" or whatever the guy's name was. He goes, "Whatever happened to Charles?" He goes, "Oh man, Charles is dead, man." And the guy goes, "Oh shit, what happened?" And real calmly, he goes, "It was a dispute."
Wow.
Validated. And like he asked like as if it was like, "Oh yeah, it's no big deal." Hosting 2025 Golden Globes, Joe Coy bombing and roast.
Okay. I've got important information to share with you, and I got it from a high quality source, guys. This comes from The Atlantic, which is funded by Steve Jobs' widow. Right? Steve Jobs made for himself tens of billions of dollars, and he left it to his wife, and she gave a lot of it to Jeffrey Goldberg and The Atlantic. All right. So in general, my default is let the free market rip. So let insurance rip. And I don't think insurance is inherently good or bad. I don't think there's anything terrible about insurance companies or anything inherently great or about finance, right? The global financial crash of 2008 was not caused by the free market. It was caused by the government forcing American banks to lend money to favored minority groups who did not qualify on the facts for mortgage loans. And now in California, we had California voters in 1988 passing Proposition 103 that arbitrarily reduced home insurance rates by 20% and subjected future rate increases to public oversight, right? People love to vote for themselves, free money, but it comes with a price, right? Insurance is a $1 trillion industry built to identify risks, just as the various ways that we had for slicing up home mortgages was a multi-trillion-dollar industry that had been very reliable until America's federal government forced lenders to lend for mortgages to favored minority groups who did not otherwise qualify for mortgages and who couldn't pay them back. And that tipped into a global financial crash. So insurance companies will communicate risk to homeowners through higher premiums. So when I was 19, I thought about buying a Corvette, but the auto insurance rates for me having a Corvette were just astronomical. So I did not buy a Corvette. A couple of years ago, I was thinking of buying a home in the Pacific Palisades and a home in Malibu, but then I just assumed that the home insurance rates would be just too much. So I decided, no, I'm not going to do that. But if we allow the free market to rip, right, people will learn about prices and they will experience incentives, and people will think twice about moving to fire-prone areas if they see that danger reflected in a fee. All right, so we have politicized risk in California, and it's been a catastrophe. We've got artificially low home insurance premiums, encouraging more Californians to live in the state's most dangerous areas. And these low premiums have reduced the incentive for homeowners to protect their houses, such as by installing fire-resistant roofs and fire-resistant siding materials. So we have these artificially low home insurance premiums spurring new housing production in fire-prone regions on the edges of cities like Los Angeles. So from 1990 to 2020, California built nearly 1.5 million homes in the wildlife-urban interface, putting millions of residents in the path of fires. Policy didn't just pull Californians into danger, it pushed them out of safety. Right? Over the past 70 years, zoning has made housing expensive, difficult to build in cities, and we have this disaster because we have not allowed the information that comes with higher home insurance premiums to communicate incentives to homeowners. And another great article in the Los Angeles Times, right? What can we learn? So we have high density development, and we have all these scattered burning homes spreading embers to their neighbors. So we have ignitions downwind and across streets from showers of burning embers. And what the hell is going on, right? Fire prevention is not primarily a matter of having fire trucks on the scene, right? You want to prevent points of ignition within communities by using home hardening strategies. And when you've got low home insurance premiums that are not dependent upon the use of home hardening strategies, such as proper landscaping, fire-resistant siding, and roofing, if you don't have all sorts of incentives in place to provoke neighbors and homeowners in collective efforts, such as brush clearing, right, then people don't do what they need to do to harden themselves, right? Cities started hardening themselves against terrible fires. And so in the last 120 years, right, the last major urban fire in the U.S. prior to this was San Francisco in the aftermath of the 1906 earthquake. But we have stopped hardening, right? We have stopped shifting our building codes to address the requirements of specific hazards, and infrastructure is being laid out without paying attention to potential hazards. We have fire departments that are continually telling us that they're going to protect us. So we have experts telling us they are going to protect us when often they cannot, right? Fire departments can't always protect us during extreme wildfire conditions. Police can't always protect us. Which is why if you're a responsible, mentally healthy adult, you should own a gun. It's time to recognize reality, start asking questions about how it is that we're failing to prevent this disaster, right? People have a sense of entitlement that they will be protected, right? It's a feeling that's promoted by the experts, by politicians, by fire protection agencies, but it's not realistic. So we don't necessarily need a $1 trillion fire department. We don't necessarily need a fire czar to get control of the fire problem. What we need are 1,000 different little things that aren't exciting, that aren't glamorous, that tweak the environment in favorable ways so that we can reduce these eruptions, right? We can have city officials, fire prevention agencies giving property owners advanced and continual warnings to clear dead vegetation, to wet dry brush within 10 feet of the house with periodic prolonged sprinklings. There are all sorts of things that we can do to harden homes against ignition, right? Your home can survive a wildfire. Jack Cohen, all right? Dr. Jack Cohen, he's a highly respected expert on wildfire development, fire science research. Here's
Uncontrolled extreme wildfires are inevitable. These are the conditions when wildland-urban interface disasters occur. The hundreds to thousands of houses destroyed during a wildfire. Does that mean that the wildland-urban interface disasters are inevitable as well? No. We have great opportunities as homeowners.
Right, this is Dr. Jack Cohen, and I assume he's Ashkenazi Jew. All right, very smart man. So listen to the high IQ types.
To prevent our houses from igniting during wildfires.
And I'm digging this music.
Most of our perceptions are that these big wildfires are something we can't do anything about. They're overwhelming. If
not true,
huge organizations can't control the wildfire, how is it that somehow I can do something to my house to keep it from burning down? It's not a matter of controlling the wildfire. It's a matter of changing those conditions of the house and its immediate surroundings. There's a lot that we can do to the little things to our house and its immediate surroundings in order to reduce the ignition potential of that house. I'm going to do an assessment on this house for its ignition vulnerabilities. The assessment is what all of us homeowners can do. Currently, we're not in fire season, but it's getting hot and it's getting dry, so this is a perfect time before the smoke's in the air to do this assessment. The great opportunity we have as homeowners is that we can do the little things around our house to keep our home from igniting. We can actually separate our house from the extreme wildfire. We don't have to rely on the control of the extreme wildfire in order to keep our house from burning down. Over the last 30 years, my colleagues and I have done research involving laboratory experiments, field experiments, and post-fire disaster assessments to quantify and qualify the relationship between a wildfire and a destroyed home. What we found is that the high-intensity flames, more than 100 feet away from the house, are largely incapable of igniting the house directly. It's the little things that seem to be destroying the houses. The burning embers, we call them firebrands, lofted out of the high-intensity wildfire to land in the community, sometimes directly on houses as well as the surroundings. It's not 100-foot flames. It's a pile of firebrands that would fit in the palm of our hand. So my colleagues and I designed a firebrand, an ember shower demonstration. We have a full-size house. It's got bark mulch and pine needles around the base. It's got pine needles in the rain gutters. It's got pine needles on the roof. We have an ember generator that then casts a brand blizzard at this house. In order for those firebrands to be effective in igniting the house, they either have to ignite the house directly, or they have to ignite something around the house that then can spread to the house. The main factors determining this home's ignition.
Right. It's important to harden your homes against fire, but what about hardening your soul? Right. And so I wrote the book of love. I believe in God above. I believe it if the Bible tells me so. And I believe that music can save your mortal soul.
Ignition potential are right here. The home's characteristics related to its immediate surroundings. For our assessment, our perspective changes.
So different homes have different gifts. And fire-resistant roof, right? Fire-resistant sidings, all right? They cost a little bit more, but they have certain gifts, such as reducing urban blazes, such as what have destroyed Los Angeles the last few days.
To this house being one of fuel for the potential ignition. Look around your house and see where the litter, the leaves and the needles have piled up, and visualize that that's going to be where firebrands begin to pile up and collect. So here we have pine needle litter right up next to the house. It's on the steps. It could ignite and start this wall and step area on fire. It also can ignite on this lathing, which is right up underneath the wood shingle siding, and ignite that. This doesn't burn with high intensities. It burns with low intensities, but it's extremely important. In fact, on this house, it easily could be the critical factor that leads to its total destruction. If this house had rain gutters, this litter would be in the rain gutters, potentially igniting and putting flame right up at the eave line, potentially igniting the roof and going into the attic. On this side of the house, what our attention should be on is this gable vent. It's the most exposed kind of vent. I noticed that it's got fine mesh screen, which certainly helps keep large firebrands from going into the attic and potentially igniting this house. One of the things we looked at were vents during the brand blizzard. The brands are directly impacting that vent opening. The burning brands can blow right into the attic and potentially ignite the material that's in the attic.
So I like the point about how it's just so tempting to relieve ourselves of responsibility and just think, oh, the fire engines will be there, the experts will be there to save us, and there's a time and a place for expertise and for official agencies to help us out in times of disaster, but we also need to do everything that we can to reduce the odds of something catastrophic happening in the first place. So right now, the air around me is okay. And yesterday I left the house and I was walking to shul at about 10:30 a.m. and about a third of the people around me were wearing facial masks. Now, when you were smelling the air yesterday at this time, this place, there was no sense of smoke. I could see off in the distance that the billowing clouds from the Pacific Palisades fire that was moving towards Brentwood, but you couldn't really smell the smoke, and the quality of the air in West LA wasn't worse than it is normally. But yet, about a third of the people around me were wearing masks, including when they're driving around in their cars. So which type of people were wearing facial masks when there was not bad air quality, when air quality was approximately normal, right? As the people who'd been watching TV news, because these type of fires will obviously create air quality problems. And so the experts told us, well, just wear a face mask if you're outside, because they didn't want to get into all sorts of graduations of when you wear a face mask and when there's no need to wear a face mask. Instead, they just put out a message because they recognize that half the population has a below average intelligence level. So you just want to keep it simple. And so it was the same thing. Oh, this is Lindsay Horvath. What a wonderful woman she is. And thank you for those glasses, Lindsay. She's always just looks prepared. And I appreciate that. So there's this message from the experts, wear a face mask when you're outside. But if you have common sense, right, this would apply when the air quality is terrible. There's no need to wear a face mask outside when the air quality is normal. And so I put a face mask in my pocket. And around 12:30 p.m., suddenly ash started dropping around me, and the air suddenly became smoky because the wind swirl and the wind direction changes, and suddenly the smoke and the fire and the ash, all right, started heading my way. Then I popped on the face mask, and the air was smoky, and it was a terrible quality for a few hours. Then the winds changed direction, and the air quality returned to normal. So I understand why the experts would try to give out a message that even people of below average intelligence could garner. But I noticed there are those who are much more committed to the hygienic conception of life, who always want to follow the experts. And then those who are, say, less regulated, less reflexive, less contained by official advice, who are just out there living. And these people, if they don't smell smoke, right, if they don't notice bad air quality, they're just going out there and living their lives. And I remember during COVID, right, there were instructions to wear face masks. Then some people would wear a face mask when they were driving alone in their car. Some people would wear a face mask when they're hiking by themselves out in the woods. Now, more intelligent, thoughtful people were not wearing face masks when they were out hiking by themselves in the woods during COVID. But it's interesting how many people just like seize on some kind of official directive that they heard from the news, that they heard from experts, and then they just apply that directive to an absurd degree rather than using good judgment. And some people just have this more hygienic conception of life, that the number one goal in life is to stay healthy and to get along with other people. And then there are those with a more traditional perspective on life who don't consider those the two most important things, that there are other things that are more important to live for.
The remedy is simple. All we have to do is use finer mesh screen to cover the openings. One of the important aspects that we demonstrated was that you don't have to have a metal roof in order to keep the house from igniting, from firebrand. What we showed was that any roof that doesn't ignite and spread fire can survive the brand blizzard. So as we previously demonstrated, composition shingle roofs with pine needles on them don't represent a significant ignition problem. But look here, we've got a wood-sided wall coming down to the top of the roof where this needle deposition, when it ignites, is going to put flame contact right on the side of the wood wall. This results in flame contact and high ignition potential, resulting in the destruction of this house. The house includes more than just itself if there are outbuildings that are close enough to ignite and spread to the house. So maybe we have a shed.
So this video isn't exciting, but it could save many lives, could protect a lot of homes. We would not have this Los Angeles fire disaster right now if people had followed these simple directions.
Or we've got a chicken coop, which then can burn long enough to ignite the shed that's next to that, which then ignites and burns sufficiently in order to ignite the house. So we need to be as concerned about the surroundings of our outbuildings and their condition as we do our house.
All right, this is Jack Cohen talking here. High Park Fire 2012 in Colorado, 294 homes lost, but one home survived. Why the heck did one home survive?
I looked into fireproof home building. I looked into fireproof lawn furniture. I mean, I was going for everything that I could for the safest fire safety you could. And we had a checklist. No firewood stacked next to the house. All of our lawn furniture was fire rated. I wanted to feel like if there was a fire, we had the absolute best chance possible of us and our house surviving.
So some of the little things that begin to get a house during an extreme wildfire. from the firebrands are, for example, something as simple as a broom being left out. Flammable deck furniture, where we've got flammable cushions on the furniture on the deck next to the house. The cushions ignite from the firebrands. They ignite the deck railing, which is connected to the house.
We put 3 foot of rock siding all the way around up the house, as well as in our landscaping 3 feet out of crushed rock. We talked to people. All it took was one thing, a firewood stacked in the wrong place, or lawn furniture caught fire on their porch. One tiny little technique that wasn't followed.
Well, not.
So it's not like the outside world is just some tsunami that is against you, right? The world outside of you is not inherently for you or against you, and you are not just putty in the hands of these external forces, right? There are things that you can do to reduce the chances of your home going up in smoke.
Knowledge is key. The more you know, the more you can increase your chances, and not always does that have to cost money, right? It's just knowledge. It's still a shock to go through a fire, but to come back and see your home, right? That's such a good feeling.
Flame contact on the house is a really bad idea. So what we want to make sure of is that we don't.
So this is similar to the left of bang self-defense theory, right? You don't want to be looking at a problem after the bang, after the bomb has gone off, after the attack has occurred. You want to get left of bang. And so this is what the armed forces model uses. This is what law enforcement models use. You want to get left of bang. You want to notice what's going on. You want to notice if there's a danger, and you want to see it in with as much advance warning as possible. You want to do everything you can using reasonable measures to lead a successful life.
Don't get flame contact on the house. We don't have a fire burning across.
Right, before someone attacks you, before someone commits an act of terrorism, they're not chill, right? They're not just kicking back. They're not walking down the street in a lackadaisical manner. Before someone commits some horrific crime or act of terrorism, they have to psych themselves up to deliberately go out and start hurting people. And so those signs of unnecessary tension and anxiety will be written across a bloke's features.
Pine needle litter, for example, and making direct contact with the house. But that only takes 5 feet around the house in order to keep the flames away. Let's take a look at the surrounding area of the house. Adjacent to this wood wall, we've got these green shrubs. So the question is, are these green shrubs a big problem, and do they have to be removed? Well, as long as we've got green foliage without dead material, we're pretty good. But if we take a look, we've got dead material in the canopy.
Right. Fire is a process. It's not just some inherent thing against which we have no defense except for the experts, right? Fire is a process that requires certain ingredients, and you remove those ingredients, you no longer have fire.
And we've got dead material deposited under the wood wall. What we want to do to keep the shrubs is to prune out all the dead material within the canopy as well as underneath in order to keep the wall and the shrubs from igniting.
There's too many things that we have neglected, and firefighting is actually not one of them. So we've been very aggressive at fighting fire in these landscapes, and that has led to this buildup of fuel in the surrounding area. But once again, I mean, this really comes down to buildings themselves. They're not fire-hardened buildings.
Now, almost a week since the Los Angeles wildfires first broke out, the situation is still not under control in part of the cities and its suburbs. It's thought that the Pacific Palisades fire, the biggest blaze, could become the most destructive in Californian history. And it's only thought to be about 10% contained.
Not just in California history, this is the worst urban fire since the San Francisco earthquake in 1906.
the moment. As we've been reporting, a combination of the strong winds sucking dry air from the inland desert towards the ocean and a drought-parched landscape have caused this natural disaster. So when can we expect the situation to change? And what are the challenges on the ground right now for firefighters? Let's speak to Lyndon Pronto. He's a senior fire management expert at the European Forest Institute and is a specialist in tackling wildfires. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Chloe.
Can you just explain to us laymen why it is so hard to get these wildfires under control when we consider they've been burning for almost a week now?
Well, the main issue is the winds. You've already said it. So in these very destructive fires we've seen anywhere in the world, it's the winds that drive the flames so quickly and carry the embers so far that we have spot fires up to several kilometers ahead of the fire itself. And now in an urban conflagration like this, the ignitions is not proceeding as a normal fire front would. We have house-to-house ignition. This is more of an urban conflagration. So while we see it as a wildfire, it's probably more akin to fires like the Great Fire of London or Chicago. So these are very different types of fires that we're seeing right now.
So it's not possible to put fire breaks or anything like that in because of the amount of, embers and things in the winds that are being carried quite far distances.
Yes. So, a normal wildfire one would contain by, either aggressive tactics where you're working directly along the fire's edge, or defensive tactics where often you burn out, you create a buffer zone, and then you burn that off to rob the main fire of fuel. So that's obviously a tactic that can be used in some of the areas away from the urban areas. So, in the hills and stuff like that. But within the middle of the city, that's not a tactic one can use. And the fire itself, you can't just bulldoze houses in time, and you don't know where the sparks will land. And particularly with high winds, these can travel at quite a distance.
And presumably with the winds, can it change direction quite quickly as well? So you can't necessarily predict where it's going to go.
Exactly. So there's different factors which influence the direction of the wind, which includes the topography. So the wind could be different in different areas. The winds that hit this obviously, came from the high desert, which became superheated air. It pushed it directly to the ocean. Then at night you have different types of, as the cool air impacts the landscape. You also have different changes in wind patterns or eddies depending on the topography itself. So it's very dynamic.
And we've heard some people suggesting, who've been looking at things like climate change, saying that actually what's happened is this area is normally very, very hot and very, very dry. Then over the last couple of years, there had been quite a lot of rain for the area. And so it had meant that actually quite a lot of shrubs had grown. Then it had gone dry again. And there were lots of things there that then could...
If you just had normal incentives in place, just imagine that you were offered home insurance at a 50% reduction, so long as you accepted that your insurance company had the right to inspect your property with no advance notice, right? Some people, I suspect, would take that deal. Then you would be incentivized to harden your home and to maintain it in as safe a manner as possible to reduce the risk of burning up.
Catch fire easily.
Right. We need incentives throughout our lives and throughout the interaction between citizen, community, government, business. All right. We need incentives operating so that people will feel that tug to do the right thing, such as to harden their homes. In this example, get rid of deadwood, or to, in other examples, avoid gambling, avoid illicit use of drugs, avoid welfare dependency, go out there and earn. Perhaps the best advice I ever received from a mental health professional was when I was just starting on my road to recovery from chronic fatigue syndrome, enabled by a drug called Nardil, Nardil. And the psychiatrist said to me, go out there and show me how much money you can make. And as long as you do it legally, and as long as you are doing it in a manner that you can talk to people about, that you're not ashamed of how you're earning a living, going out there and making as much money as possible in a legal, upstanding manner is, for most men, most of the time, right, about the single healthiest, most moral, most pro-social thing that they can do.
Is that something that they should have anticipated? Should that sort of, those shrubs be cleared in anticipation? Do you think that was a failure on the part of the authorities?
Yeah, I guess there's two sides of the story. One is how do we prevent something like this from happening? And how do we respond to it the next time it happens? And so this is where we have to analyze and look at the lessons. Of course, the expert community has been saying for decades now that, you know, we don't live sustainably with fire. Fire belongs in this landscape and is not compatible with the structures that we build, with the alignment. There are just too many things that we have neglected, and firefighting is actually not one of them. So we've been very aggressive at fighting fire in these landscapes, and that has led to this buildup of fuel in the surrounding area. But once again, I mean, this really comes down to buildings themselves. They're not fire-hardened buildings. The landscaping is not fireproofed in any way. They're very flammable things in people's gardens. So to prevent something like this from actually happening, even if we had invested trillions of dollars in LA County fire, budget or whatever, firefighters still couldn't have been able to do much in a situation with 100-mile-an-hour winds. There's just nothing you can do operationally that really stops, the embers from flying multiple miles. There's nothing you can.
So I was talking to a friend in Australia, and he said, I heard the people fighting your fires are getting paid $1 an hour. And so he was confusing the normal firefighter. So a regular member of the Los Angeles Fire Department earns $200,000 a year. But prisoners have the option of getting out of prison, going to fight fires, and then they get up to $10 a day. Plus, they get $1 an hour premium for particularly dangerous firefighting. But they're just thrilled to get out of prison and fight fires. I mean, I would rather get out of prison and fight fires than just, be stuck there waiting to get raped.
Do in that situation, you have to wait for the weather conditions to improve before you can really get a grasp on the situation.
So I remember when I lived in LA, you get a distorted view of America because the news will highlight that which is most attention seeking. And so being told that there are firefighters making $10 a day and $1 an hour, right? That grabs attention. And in the United States, there are areas with a high crime problem and where a lot of cops get shot. And so cops are often very much on guard. And so there is, thanks to distorting news coverage, this idea in Australia and in Europe and around the world that American cops are particularly trigger happy, but that Australian cops or French cops are not, because in Australia, my friends will tell me, well, in Australia, if a cop discharges his weapon, then he's immediately suspended from duty with pay and there's an investigation. So I asked my friend, well, what do you think? What the hell do you think happens in the United States? The exact same protocol functions. It's just that the United States has a subpopulation that commits an astronomical amount of crime, and therefore it's quite challenging to deal with a small segment of the population that commits astronomical amounts of crime. Just as in Australia, there's a tiny part of the Aboriginal population that commits an astronomical amount of crime, and law enforcement, right, has its hands full, right, trying to deal with these tiny groups that commit most violent crimes.
On the ground.
Gosh, you almost need a bit of luck, I suppose, in that sense. So are you suggesting then that when Los Angeles rebuilds, could it rebuild in a different way? Could it build buildings that could in some way almost be more fire resistant, if that doesn't sound ridiculous?
No, I mean, we have the technology, we have the innovation to do so. We just don't do it. We don't invest in it. Recent studies have also.
People don't have the incentives to do it because California voters voted for themselves lower home insurance premiums. They voted that all home insurance increases must be approved by some bureaucrat. And so private home insurance is an increasingly scarce thing. And if we simply allowed the private home insurance free market, let it rip, right, homeowners would have incentives to harden their homes against fire, right? We need to allow incentives to rip so that people do the right thing more often.
Also shown that the vast majority of buildings that do not have screens on the ventilation systems are very susceptible, and more than 50% of them will burn in a given scenario. The highly flammable decking materials. These homes are connected by wooden fences and shrubbery and other things. So we haven't done due diligence in constructing.
But why haven't we done it? Because we don't allow normal incentives to shove people towards doing the right thing. This will shock you that a highly moral, upstanding, very respectable man such as myself has sometimes been inclined to do the wrong thing, but sometimes I'm just lazy. Sometimes I don't do the right thing. But when I'm strongly incentivized to do the right thing, I do the right thing a lot more, right, than when it's easy to get away with doing the slovenly, lazy thing.
With an urban configuration like this, even the streets, the way they're lined up, so the exposure, so if one house catches fire, then the radiant heat off of that structure fire is already catching the next house on fire. And then you add the wind into that, you have basically an unstoppable scenario. So yeah, around, we need to do better landscape management. We need to reduce the fuel load so that if a fire starts in the wildland and progresses towards an urban area, that it has less of a chance to be established. But we really need to change the building code and explore options like hempcrete, which is a very.
We need to change the bloody incentives, mate. Right? People will do the right thing when they're strongly incentivized to do the right thing, and where there are terrific punishments for not doing the right thing.
Solid building material. It's carbon negative, so it actually sequesters carbon, and it's completely fireproof. So, I mean, we do have options out there. They're just not explored.
Interesting. So when this fire started, do you think it could have been handled better, the response?
I mean, I think it's very early to point fingers.
Yeah. If we'd simply hardened our homes in the first place, right, we would be in a much better position. Now, you're saying to me, 40, cut with the blather. We need to hear more from Dr. Jack Cohen, right? He's a research physical scientist. He's a former U.S. Forest Service researcher. And I noticed so many Jewish kids these days, particularly Orthodox Jewish kids, when I ask them, what do you want to do when you grow up? They tell me, 40, I want to work for the U.S. Forest Service.
This house became known as the Miracle House.
So is it a miracle house? Was it God's intervention? Was it because that they davened, because they prayed hard, because they were Sabbath observant, because they kept their lips from touching non-kosher food? Or did they harden their home in an entirely secular manner? Right? What's more effective at reducing the odds of your home burning up? Regular prayer to the Lord, eating only kosher food, abstaining from shaking hands with women, or hardening your bloody home against fire?
But when we look at the scene, what else didn't burn in this community? And by the way, the wildland is way.
Right, that which is burned is that which is controlled by demons. And that which does not burn is that which is overseen by angels. We don't need all this science and peer-reviewed academic, PhD expertise talking to us. Right? If it burns, it's a witch. If it doesn't burn, it's not a witch. It's so simple, so simple. And yet there's a conspiracy of silence by the major media for simply pointing out, if it burns, it's a witch. If it doesn't burn, it's not a witch.
Way back at the top of this scene, through the haze of smoke, that's where the chaparral, the Southern California chaparral was that supported the wildfire. Most of this picture, most of this image is suburban Laguna.
But these are all devil worshippers. That's what Dr. Jack Cohen is not telling you. All right, all those places there with yellow, all right, these are the God worshippers. But all the places that burned down, they were worshiping the devil. All right, they were having sex with children. All right, they were shaking hands with women. They were engaged in dancing with the opposite sex. Right, all sorts of heinous behaviors that brought down the judgment of God on them. But these are the few righteous ones. And the people who lived here, they didn't shake hands with women. Right? They didn't dance with the opposite sex. Right? They didn't eat at McDonald's. They didn't partake of non-kosher food. All right? They observed the Sabbath. Right? They have had the power of God protecting them.
When we look at this scene as to what else didn't burn, we see miracle vegetation. So,
all right, he calls it miracle vegetation, but there's nothing miraculous or unfathomable about it. It's just that God blesses those who reach out to him, right? Maimonides, all right, the latest in fire hardening research was foretold by Maimonides, the great Sephardic rabbi from about 1,000 years ago. And he summed up fire resistance this way, right? those who reach out to God, God reaches out to them. So those homes that reached out to God, God reached out to them and protected them from the fire. You don't need all this highfalutin, city slicker, book learning talk that's like peer reviewed and academics. You don't need the experts. You just need to know that if you reach out to God, God will reach out to you. I had this mate who was moving into Judaism, and he thought, well, if I just do a mitzvah, then God will protect me. If I just do the right thing, if I'm just observant of Jewish law, God will protect me. So he lit his Hanukkah candles and then left the house. He wasn't particularly selective about where he placed his candelabra with the burning candles on it, left the house, and his house burned up. And he said to me, I thought God would protect me, right, if I was doing a mitzvah. He was really shocked that God did not protect him.
These homes are burning without the participation of fire in the chaparral. These homes ignited from lofted burning.
But he's not talking about the power of Hashem, right? He's not talking here about the power of religious faith and religious observance. Wait, now you say 40, the first prime minister of Israel, right? David Ben-Gurion, didn't he teach us that you should not rely on a miracle? But David Ben-Gurion was secular, right? You can't listen to these free Jews, these free Jews who are not observant, right? This idea you can't rely on a miracle. Of course you can rely on a miracle, guys. As long as you reach out to God, God will reach out to you.
Burning embers, not from wildfire flames. Now, as it turns out, both of these homes were highly vulnerable to burning ember ignition.
And the bloody chat tells me, oh, this fire safety talk, it's so tedious, 40. It's so tedious. I'm muting you and listening to something else. Yeah, but this is the tedious information that will save your life, mate. And I'm here to save your life.
They had flammable wood roofs. In this particular case, it wasn't flammable wood roofs. This is Los Alamos, more than a block inside the community. And by and large, what we're looking at here are burning embers igniting surface material, vegetation litter, that contacted the house for destruction. And when we look at this scene, these two houses, they're side by side. They were contacted by low intensity surface fire that burned with low enough intensity. Notice the wood rail fence in the behind this home. And this burned from a surface fire, low intensity, making contact with the home several hours after the high intensity wildfire spread past the community, not to the community. Let's take a look and see.
Think about how much shorter this video could have been if he just said, those who reach out to God, God reaches out to them.
What this looks like, this very block, what it looks like when it was burning. So here we are in Los Alamos, homes burning hours after the wildfire passed the community. Intense wildfire never spread to this residential area. And the houses are burning, and we're looking at that.
It's like a lot of people have an attitude towards fire, like their attitude towards HIV, that HIV is just an unstoppable force. It's a tsunami, and if I'm going to get the HIV, I'm going to get the HIV. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to stop having sex with randos. And they just feel helpless in the face of, this onrushing plague. Well, some people decided to stop having sex with randos. And then other people were fortunate to live in the age of PrEP, where you can just get an injection, either take a tablet every day or get an injection once a month. And then you can have sex with randos, but you're at considerably reduced chances of getting HIV. Or you can just abstain from having unprotected anal sex with other blokes and don't share intravenous needles. Right? It's all the same principle, all right? You reach out to God, God reaches out to you. Or if you don't believe in God, if you reach out to reality, reality will reach out to you. You can harden your home, you can harden your sidings, you can harden your heart against reality, or you can harden your heart against your own self-destructive impulses. You can reach out to reality, you can embrace reality, you can develop more sophisticated models about how the world outside of you operates, and develop more sophisticated models about how the world inside of you operates, right? Embrace reality, and reality is more likely to embrace you. Right? It's not like HIV or fire is just some unstoppable force. inflation, just unstoppable force. There's nothing I can do, right? There are things that you can do, right? You can harden yourself against HIV, right? Get the PrEP, right? Get that monthly injection. Talk to your doctor about this or that pharmaceutical that is being continually advertised on the telly.
Through unburned, not burning tree canopies.
Right? Houses are burning, but not tree canopies, right? Or your neighbors are getting HIV, but you've got the PrEP, so you're not getting the HIV. So this is hours.
In this particular case,
after the wildfire passed
we're
through the
looking at
community.
low-intensity surface fire spreading continuously to make contact with flammable.
All right, this is like the HIV. And this is you if you either abstain from sharing intravenous needles and abstain from unprotected anal sex with other blokes, or this is you if you get the PrEP or those other pharmaceuticals.
On site sufficient to ignite the house sustainably. This is a different location. This is what it looks like. Typically.
Right, this is the monkeypox. All right. And this here are those who abstain from participating in gay orgies during monkeypox outbreaks, or who engage in, whatever pharmaceutical combination with, whatever restrictions you use to create, more ethical orgies.
Home ignitions result from lofted burning embers, from low-intensity surface fire spreading to contact the structure, either ignited from the wildfire that never...
Right, monkeypox, all right, it's like a fire. And this fire might be burning all around you, but there are things that you can do to harden yourself to reduce the odds of getting the monkeypox or the HIV or the syphilis or the gonorrhea. And you can say, oh, I want to get those because then I'll be celebrated by society and I'll be on top of the diversity Pokemon points. Or I want to get that because then I'll be part of a caring, high intensity, highly committed in-group where we look after each other.
Reaches this area, or due to lofted burning embers generating what we call spot fires that then can spread to the home, across roads, over other kinds of obstructions. So when we look...
So you may think, oh, 40, I don't have to worry about the old monkeypox. It's just burning at a low intensity right now. But you may not always accurately judge the threats around you.
At unconsumed tree canopies amid the total destruction of homes, this indicates that wildfire flames did not spread through the community. Burning trees did not ignite these homes, and the trees that were consumed adjacent to and over the destroyed homes, what is now the destroyed homes, ignited from the burning homes. We can take a look at Australia. This is the 2000.
All right, you may be saying, 40, what the heck happened to Mark Zuckerberg? How did he become a regular bloke? Well, this is what happened to Mark Zuckerberg 6 years ago.
Hey everyone, we are live from my backyard where I am smoking a brisket and some ribs. I'm making meats now. Smoking these meats here. Our little meat smoking. It's smoking. So I'm the meat chef. Yeah, someone asked me, do I smoke meat? Smoking meat, smoking these meats. Smoking meats earlier in the day. Smoking these meats, just set the charcoal up and you set the...
So he's not a cock smoker, he's a meat smoker. There's a very big difference.
The wood chips up, and then smoking meats, grilling meats, good smoky flavor. Smoke a brisket for like 12 hours. You smoke lemon chicken, smoke salmon, you'll love it. Bison sirloin, ribs and sausage, so I'm looking forward to that. Today we got a brisket on the big guy, and some pork ribs on the green egg. Meat like a brisket. I got ribs in there. Finishing off the brisket and the ribs, and I'm just sitting in our backyard, finishing off this brisket.
Don't raise your kids vegetarians, right? It's the worst thing that you can do. It's the social kiss of death. It's terrible for their cognitive, physical health. It's terrible for their cultural, social health. Don't do it. Please don't do it. All right. Bill Malugin, Fox News, says, close friend of mine who died in the Palisades fire, 54-year-old Randall Miad He was trying to protect his home of 30 years and his kitten when he was overwhelmed by the fire, and his family has been notified. So received a link to a video yesterday from our friend Kip, and he says, you know, this old guy, he's a hero. He didn't follow expert opinion. He didn't follow what the firefighters were telling him, and he stayed behind, and he saved his house. Right? Meet the Palisades resident who defied evacuation orders and saved his home. So some people who defied evacuation orders, they may have saved their home, and other people may have died. So is it worth the risk? Steve Saylor. It seems like an important lesson. Here's a competent guy who's been surfing for 40 years. He has a board and a wetsuit, so he sticks around to save his house on the Pacific Coast Highway. If worst comes to the worst, he can always bail out into the waves, but something went wrong. So you never know what's going to happen when you are overtaken by smoke, right? Within a minute, you can pass out. Right? Why this veteran surf dude didn't manage to escape from his burning house on PCH into the Pacific? Perhaps sheer bad luck, but there's a lesson for the rest of us. Don't assume a best case scenario for yourself when you're told to evacuate. So our friend Kip Tucker sent along this video. I might as well just play a little bit of it here. Meet the Palisades resident who defied evacuation orders and saved his home. Not always a great idea to defy the orders of firefighters or police. And yeah, there will be exceptions where a guy does it and he saves his home. But other people trying the same thing, right, they're quite likely to die. So.
Well, it's devastating. I've lived here my whole life. I know these people that lives in all these houses. I know the houses. This is my memories, and they're gone. But, you know, unfortunately, this is California, and California is a desert, and you get fires like this. This is natural.
Right, I don't think that is a good way to live. Right, yeah, sometimes you don't wear a seatbelt and that can save your life. But that's not normally the best way to go.
It's got to the point now where I can't, if like I see a popular TikTok and there's like a single South Asian person in it.
My God.
I can't even go to the comments because there's just going to be so many racist Canadians in there saying the stupid same fucking racist jokes. Just endless. And I just feel like it's all white people of all ages, right? Like this idea that young people are progressive. No. And it just feels like white Canadians are seizing this moment because they feel like this is the last little bastion of socially acceptable racism they can do. Like, we're discussing immigration and there's a lot of immigrants from South Asia right now in Canada. This means we can be racist and there'll be no social repercussions. So they're just like leaping on the chance.
Terrible.
There's like
no
character. You know, you could have a high up job. You could post your full name on there, and you could say the most dumb racist shit ever. No one's gonna care because apparently that's like the last bastion of really acceptable racism in this country. And white people have nothing else than a carte blanche to be racist. They are gonna take that chance. They're gonna take that opportunity at the minute you say it's okay. It's really depressing. It's really fucking depressing. And it just makes me laugh every time people think Canada's some progressive country or we're so much better than the United States and so much more progressive than other... No, you're not. You're just a bunch of fucking racist yokels, too. And before you get after me, it's not about them being South Asian, it's about immigration. No, it's not. There's like so many Ukrainians who've come to Canada, which they're welcome to. And nobody's making like those fucking Ukrainians are everywhere TikToks. I don't see that shit. I don't see like someone, like I see accounts where people are like, I'm Ukrainian, I'm here in, the Nova Scotia, and everyone's being really nice and saying welcome and can I bring you a casserole? But anyone else, their skin color's not the right color. They're not fucking getting that in their comments.
Oh man, powerful. Why do we have to hate right, so many people just want to blame these fires on our friends in the LGBTQ community. It makes me sad.
The situation in LA and the leadership vacuum is becoming more and more apparent every day. So you have Gavin Newsom on camera when asked, hey, what about the fact that the fire hydrants didn't have any water in them? Says, oh, you know, the local leaders, they're going to comment on that. The local leaders will respond to that. The local leaders were in Ghana, or we now find out the deputy mayor was on leave for allegedly calling in a fake bomb threat. So those are the local leaders, Jesse. Nowhere to be found. And you know what was happening at the fire department, where we know that the top 3 leaders in charge look more like a cabal of Smith attendees than tough, grizzled firemen ready to put out fires. I mean, I think everybody in the LAFD management is a lesbian who is bragging about her lesbianism and really, really proud.
Fact check, not true, right? Not all of Los Angeles Fire Department leaders are lesbian, right? This is not true. And I think our Los Angeles Fire Department lesbians did a great job. They did better than many heterosexuals would have done.
Out of her short haircut and short stature and inability to rescue men from burning buildings.
Yeah, and not even hot lesbians either, which is super disappointing.
No, not the lipstick kind.
This is what happens under Democrat rule. And it's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. There are real consequences.
Right, under Republican rule, when we have the lesbians in charge, they're the hot lesbians.
Consequences in places like California, which I actually love. I know it's fashionable to dump on California, but it's just so beautiful, and I have so many friends that I love it so much. It's paradise, and it breaks my heart what has happened to it. I don't enjoy watching beauty turn ugly. I don't enjoy watching it at all. But this is the consequence of voting Democrat. And legions of people in California, when they go out to cocktail parties, they get with friends. It's just what you do. Of course you vote Democrat. Yeah, we voted Democrat. We voted for this Democrat. We voted for that Democrat. And it's just kind of always thought of as this throwaway line. Yes, we vote blue. Ha, 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 we're so Democrat. Well, if you do that for long enough, you will have these weapons-grade morons take positions of power up and up and up and up and up the chain, and soon the entire chain is hot, stinky garbage, and you have one of the great cities in the United States of America put to the torch, and no one sees.
Look, we don't need this kind of vaginophobia, right? At a time like this, we don't need to be ranting about hot, stinky garbage. Please.
Seems to be able to stop it. These are consequences that are downstream of the behavior of voters. It's really the point I keep trying to make over and over and over again. The consequences of neglecting your elections, of just sitting it out. I'm not interested. I vote Democrat. Ha, ha, ha. Look how lib I am. Well, the consequences of that are you wake up one morning and Los Angeles looks like something out of a Mad Max film. That's what you get.
Yeah, totally. On the subject of the fire chief, it's getting worse by the minute. So you've got the fire chief who is, first line of her bio, touting her gayness and the fact that she's a woman. Okay, no one cares. And then you've got her second in command, who is named. Okay, so the first lady is Christina Crowley. She's the first LGBTQ fire chief. Salary $439,000 plus. Then her second in command is Christina Kepner. This person, by the way, then the person who's I think third in command or high up is the first black. Okay, so second, let me just get it straight. Christina Crowley, first LGBTQ fire chief. Then under her is Christina Kepner, first lesbian assistant chief. Then under her is Christine Larson. They're all Christine or Christina. She's also a lesbian. Everyone's a lesbian. I don't know why. And she's also black, and she's in charge of equity within the FD. I don't know why. And she also makes more than the assistant chief. She makes almost $400,000, $399,000. So they're making $439,000, $265,000, $399,000. And what we get is Christina, lesbian. Why, Jesse? You tell me why.
Well, because the object of this is an assault, a never-ending, relentless assault on white men, white Christian men that has been institutionalized throughout the United States of America. And I don't know why it's controversial to talk about this at all. Corporate America, the education system, the government itself under Joe Biden has been very honest about this thing. You brought up the LA Fire Department. I'm sure you've played the videos on your show. I've been out of town, but I'm sure you've played them. I've seen them on social media of these people running ad campaigns bragging about this is how many women we're going to hire, this is how many gays we're going to hire, this is what, when you do things like that, what you're announcing is we are taking a certain demographic and we're just simply cutting them out of the equation. And beyond the rampant lesbianism, where apparently to find the leadership of the LA Fire Department, they went to the local softball team. Apparently, they focused on hiring women as well as firefighters. Now, I am as pro-woman as anybody underneath the sun, but why are we focusing on women? This is a physical, brutal job that involves wearing a lot of weight, carrying a lot of weight, doing physical things. You see those dudes out there in LA hauling people out, hauling equipment out. It's a brutally physical job. So why in the world would you focus on the person who's physically weaker? Well, the only reason you would do that is you're a psychopathic cultural Marxist interested in burning everything down, and you really don't care if Los Angeles burns as long as you get to hire you and all your lesbian friends for $499,000 a year. It's pathetic. And there are consequences to it. I keep coming back to this. We like to point at this stuff and we laugh. Megan, you laugh, I laugh. It's hysterical. Why do we need this? Why do we need that? We laugh, but downstream of that, people die. That's the thing. There are real, genuine consequences to setting aside merit and focusing on box checking and checking this, but she checked that box. And we got enough gays. Have we got enough women? We laugh and we even call it woke. I've been guilty of that before. I actually have grown to hate that word because it presents like, oh, they're just so goofy. They're kind of woke. It's not that. It's freaking evil. It's discriminatory. It's evil, and people die because of it.
It's like the NBA having a DEI program where they're prioritizing short people. We don't have enough short people. Without asking, why don't we have that many short people in the NBA, right? Why don't we have more women in the fire department? There's a really good reason. Most of them cannot pass the test unless you lower the standards. Strapping 60-pound of gear on your back and then climbing up a ladder and then going into a house. And on top of all that, rescuing a grown man takes a lot of strength that most women, 99%, do not have. Or it's like a police department having a DEI program that prioritizes people in wheelchairs. Like, there is a reason why it's not a good fit. It doesn't mean you're discriminatory against or can't stand or hate people in wheelchairs or short people. It means it's not a good fit for this particular job. And while women probably great, equal, if not better in some cases, than men at being an EMS, right, can do all the life-saving procedures that happen in a hospital or once you get the body out of the house, 100%. Of course, let's be honest. Of course they can do that. But why do we have to pretend in the name of, equity, whatever, that women are equal to men when it comes to actually doing the job of a firefighter, whatever? All this is academic because we don't know whether it played any role. All we know is that the LAFD was very, very focused on DEI and hiring women and not so focused on the fire hydrants. But listen, I want to show you one thing. So the second woman, Christina Crowley, the first there's Kristen Crowley, the chief, then Christina Kepner, the first lesbian assistant chief. It's just ridiculous. And this video of hers going viral where she was asked about the job and these potential problems.
All right, enough of that kind of petty partisan point scoring. All right, let's get back to the just unbelievably exciting fire safety tips.
2009 Melbourne fires. This is Kings Lake, and we see the same scene. Eucalyptus canopies, various species of eucalyptus, unconsumed.
And yet no one will talk about the eucalyptus question. All right, there's just some wall of silence against the eucalyptus question in our mainstream media.
With total destruction of homes. Napa, 2017, the oaks in the background did not consume. The Car Fire, 2018.
All right, remember in the book of Exodus, right, God calls out to Moses from a burning bush, and Moses is trying to figure out, like, why is this bush burning but it's not consumed, right? It's just that he didn't have the scientific evidence, the peer-reviewed academic research that we have now to explain why bushes can burn and yet not be consumed. So he just thought that it was God who was speaking to him from this non-consumed burning bush.
Burning embers ignited the home without any high-intensity wildfire. And last year in 2020.
So you might think, oh, the HIV, right? The monkeypox, just too intense. What can I do? I'm just helpless before this onrushing fire. But there are things you can do to harden yourself against horrible sexually transmitted diseases. For example, you can restrict your sexual activity just to one partner.
The same kind of pattern, total destruction surrounded by unconsumed tree canopies.
And who brought the eucalypti here, right? Who who funds the eucalypti lobby? Like, who is protecting the eucalypti? Who is unleashing the eucalypti against our vital national fluids, right? The eucalypti take up so much of our vital national fluids. They outcompete the native vegetation, right? That they're just transforming our landscape, and yet you can't even talk about because of the power of the eucalypti lobby.
Commonly, communities burned by fire spreading through residential fuels, the vegetation and structures within the community are spreading the fire. These homes, as well as all of the...
Now, it's easy to hate on the people who are spreading monkeypox or spreading HIV or who are spreading fire, but are we taking our PrEP pill every day to reduce our chances of coming down with the HIV or the monkeypox? Like, are we doing our part? Are we helping to fund our magnanimous pharmaceutical industry so that we can slow the spread of the monkeypox?
The other disasters that I've dealt with, where 100 or more homes have been destroyed, ignited and burned hours.
A single case of monkeypox, it can ruin your whole day. So don't delay, get the PrEP, take your pill every day.
After significant wildfire activity has ceased, either at the community edge or the wildfire.
For some reason, a lot of people, they just feel so much more comfortable talking about physical things like HIV or the monkeypox or fire or tsunamis or earthquakes, but they don't want to talk about the tsunamis in the spiritual realm. They don't want to face up to the power of demons and angels, right? The competing spiritual forces blowing through our lives. They want to look at the physical laws that run the universe, but they don't want to face up to the spiritual laws that run the universe. So they just put the emphasis on that which can be touched and scientifically verified and peer reviewed and academically researched, and they stay silent about the demons in our midst.
Got to the community other than by burning embers. The community continues to burn without a...
So if you're on the left, you want to focus on structural conditions, social conditions. And if you're on the right, you're much more likely to blame these type of fires on individual arsonists.
Wildfire exposure.
Right, the left wants to talk about climate change. The right wants to talk about arsonists. But I am here to talk to you about demons and the case for taking your PrEP pill every single day without fail.
Wildfire certainly initiates ignitions within the community, which is an important factor of the wildfire. The wildfire can, with burning embers, can expose.
Right. The monkeypox needs certain ingredients to spread. It's not just some unstoppable tsunami of sexually transmitted disease. Like, fires need certain ingredients to spread, right? You harden your home, you deny fires the ingredients that they need to spread, you reduce the fire, right? You deny the monkeypox the requisite ingredients to spread, then you'll reduce the spread of monkeypox.
And initiate ignitions in numerous simultaneous, overwhelming kinds of exposure. So let's take a look. This is somewhat ironic for me because this is the Angora fire, and you're looking at homes in the lower right corner in South Lake Tahoe. And interestingly enough, at least...
Right, so these homes here, they were possessed by people who were at war with God. And then the other places that didn't burn, those were people who are aligned with God.
For me, in 2021, the Calder fire is actually crossing this area considerably to the south, to the far left, out of scene of this exact neighborhood. So the intense wildfire is spreading up Angora Creek at about 2:30 in the afternoon. And by the way, where the arrows are pointing down towards the community, that's where fire off of the flank of the intense wildfire spread on the surface through a fuel treatment to contact the first houses on the wildland side of the community.
So you'll often see the spraying by planes and helicopters of fire retardant. And you're saying, 40, I look at the spraying of fire retardant and the fire just keeps burning. It's like the eternally burning bush that is not consumed. in the book of Exodus. So there's no point on spreading fire retardant because sometimes the fires just keep burning. Well, fire retardant does not automatically kill off all fire that comes in contact with the fire retardant. But fire retardant retards, well, disables. The fire retardant causes fires to be differently abled, right? Just like the COVID vaccine, it does not eliminate the fire of COVID. It differently ables the COVID, right? It retards. God forbid that I say the word retards, but it differently ables the COVID. So if you take the flu shot or the COVID vax, it will differently able the flu and the COVID. It's not going to just automatically eliminate the fire of COVID, just like spraying fire retardant doesn't automatically eliminate any fire that comes in contact with it. It just differently ables or retards the flu, the COVID, the fire, right? So just because it's not a perfect solution doesn't mean you go, oh, the fire retardant not doing its job, we should devote our resources to something else.
That ignited and then spread fire throughout the community between 3:30 and 5 in the afternoon. So what do unconsumed vegetation and homes adjacent to total destruction indicate to us? It indicates that wildfire does not spread through the community like a lava flow, a flash flood, or a tsunami that explodes houses in flame, leaving total...
Right, COVID, the monkeypox, HIV, they're not unstoppable tsunamis, right? They all require certain ingredients. They're all processes that require certain ingredients to propagate.
Destruction in its wake. Intense...
Right, there are practices that you can engage in that harden you from many disasters around you. You may notice that some people seem much more accident prone than other people. Some people get raped a lot more than other people. Some people get taken advantage of and ripped off in business deals more than other people. So we want to appropriately harden our lives, right, while providing a safe space for like-minded individuals such as ourselves, right, to be at ease and to let go of the hardening. All right, time and a place for hardening, time and a place for being, a soft teddy bear, much like myself.
Simultaneous heating across wide areas of structures does not occur. And this is an extremely important point in how it is that we homeowners have a huge amount of leverage in changing the conditions required for ignitions on our house very locally to our house. It's the local conditions that determine home ignitions. It's us, our authority, and as it turns out, matching responsibility that can readily change those conditions to eliminate home ignitions. So when we see a scene like this, total destruction does not indicate high intensity wildfire exposure.
All right, you might be no FAP, but if you entertain lustful thoughts at an intense level, you may have an involuntary ignition. And even though you're hands-free, even though you're ideologically committed to the no FAP life, right, you can suddenly have an involuntary ignition. So the problem is the lust, right? The lust is like the dead undergrowth here, right? You just allow that lust to pile up so that you're spending more and more time in lust, where you become used to indulging in lust when you go to bed at night, right? That lust is going to break through like a fire with dead vegetation to fuel it, right? Your lust are the dead branches and the dead vegetation, the dead debris all around your home. And then you're committed to hardening your home, hardening your life. You're committed to being a prayer warrior. You're committed to victory over sin, but you have indulged in lust until the lust just overcomes you, much like a fire. But before you have that quote unquote involuntary ignition, right? Before your home and your life and your chastity and your spiritual warrior status go up in flames, right? You indulge the debris that then catches a fire, right? You allowed yourself to spend way too much time in lust.
These homes ignited and freely burned to total destruction because there weren't firefighters available to extinguish small ignitions. It's not because they wouldn't, it was because they couldn't. they weren't available. In this particular case, we have several thousand houses exposed to a wildfire with on the order of initially about 100 responding engine units. So although initiated largely by burning embers from intense wildfires, burning residential fuels, the homes and the associated vegetation continue the fire spreading within the community. So now let's step back and look at how it is that it is the local conditions that determine the ignitions on our homes that we mostly care about. So when we look at an intense wildfire like this, it spreads because it meets the requirements for combustion. The fuel, heat, and oxygen insufficiency can then produce ignitions and sustain those.
Right, there are ingredients that are required for combustion, right? Whether it is a seminal combustion, a fire combustion, monkeypox combustion, a mortgage meltdown combustion, right? All combustions require certain ingredients, right? You remove certain ingredients, you don't get the combustion, right? You lead a disciplined economy. You maintain a house that is hardened against fire combustion, right? You lead a life where you are hardened against lust because you're committed to other things, all right? You significantly reduce the chances of this type of combustion, right? Ingredients are required.
And thus fire occurs by meeting these requirements for combustion. And
right, sin crouches at the door. Sin crouches at the door, and yet you may rule over it by denying sin the materials that it requires for combustion.
They meet right at the surface of the fuel. That means fire is a process. It's not a thing. And if we...
Right. Narcissism is usually a process, not a thing, not a permanent state. It requires certain ingredients, right? If I don't have an exaggerated perspective on my own importance, on my own expertise, if I don't have an exaggerated sense of my own wisdom or wit, all right, I am much less likely to combust into unstoppable narcissism.
Interrupt the process, then we don't have fire. And we can be quite assured that where...
Right. When you get obsessed with a certain type of erotic scenario, all right, you have all the ingredients necessary for a combustion, even if you are hands-free. All right, there are some scenarios that are so erotically charged, all right, that you will just combust. But if you don't spend time assembling the ingredients of this kind of combustible scenario, all right, you won't be placed in a circumstance of grave peril.
Post-fire, we see it burned. Indeed, it met the requirements for combustion. And immediately adjacent to that, where it didn't burn, we know that the process halted for whatever reason. So wildfire spreads when ignition requirements are met at adjacent fuel during wildfires, including these extreme wildfires. So one step at a time, iterating time after time, even in conditions like this, it is a process. The requirements for combustion occur at the fuel.
That you're probably wondering, 40, how are you such an amazing moral figure? Like, how are your morals just so sturdy? How are you impervious to the temptations that bedevil ordinary men? And I'm just here to tell you there's nothing special about me. There's nothing great or good about me. I'm a sinner just like you are. It's just that when I'm on my spiritual path, I am denying the power of sin, the essential ingredients that it needs to blow up my life.
Surface. Fire is not a thing that travels from place to place like tsunamis, floods, and other natural hazards. It is not an earthquake. It is not something that moves from a...
Look, a lot of things that you think are things are really processes, right? So you think of addiction and you think, oh, it's a thing. It's drugs, it's alcohol, but it's also a process. It's the process of an addiction to lust, an addiction to gambling, to the process of gambling. It's an addiction to spending. It's an addiction to debting. It's an addiction to under-earning. It's an addiction to volatile relationships, an addiction to drama or to sports or any form of excitement. It allows me to distract myself from the pitiful nature of my own reality.
Disturbance out there that travels to here.
Right? There are process addictions and there are substance addictions. Right? Fire is a process.
It is a process. If that process can't continue, we don't have fire. And that provides us with opportunities to prevent wildland urban fire disasters. That's how it is that we can look at big flames out there that aren't capable of igniting a fire over here.
And you might be thinking, 40, help me, I'm burning up with lust. I'm just burning. This is out of control. I'm just going to combust. I know this is not aligned with my best self. And we have to go back to basics, like what is the lust covering up? What is the process addiction distracting you from? Right? The problem's not the addiction itself, right? The addiction is the most useful tool that you have found to manage your own ineffectiveness at life and to escape from reality.
And make those big flames that impress us completely ineffective as a natural hazard.
So, I mean, these videos about fireproofing your home, I mean, they get the views, right? This particular video has already had 76 views. But what about the importance of fireproofing your soul? What about the importance of fireproofing your physiology against the dangers in process addictions and substance addictions? It's so easy just to think about the external. Oh, I'm going to harden my home. But what about hardening yourself against the Yetzer Hara, the evil, lustful, self-destructive, antisocial impulse that lurks within each of us? Sin lurks at the door, and yet you may rule over it by denying it the ingredients it needs for combustion.
Well, when we're talking about wildland urban fire, when we're talking about communities initiating and burning during a wildland fire, it's not a wildfire problem. It's a home ignition problem. And because of that...
Right. It's not a porn problem or a drug problem or a money problem. All right. The addictions that we develop are ways that we ways that we do things to distract ourselves from the underlying misery that we cannot face. And so we reach for a distraction.
Now, the fuel are the homes, and the heat is all the burning materials, including burning embers, on and adjacent to the homes, and oxygen is always plentiful in this particular context. So now we want to look at our homes as potential fuel. And when we want to do a fuel treatment...
But let's look at our thoughts as the potential fuel. Let's look at our internet habits as the potential fuel. Let's look at our own relationship with ourselves and with other people and with our resentment and anger and frustration and dissatisfaction as the fuel for combustion.
That means getting our homes ignition resistant. And what that also means is that geographic classifications, the term interface and intermix, do not determine home ignitions. It's a process. The home ignitions are occurring due to the conditions right at the surface of the fuel. It's not a relationship between where the community is and where the vegetation is. Of course, there's an association there, but...
Right, we always want to blame a problem outside of ourselves. It's the bloody fire department led by a lesbian mafia, or it's the Democrats, or it's the mayor, it's the bureaucracy, it's the experts who are letting us down. But we fireproofing our lives.
The ignitions are not determined by that geographic association. The ignitions are determined by the requirements for combustion and the conditions that satisfy those requirements. And that's what we have control over, which is good news because it's not likely that we're going to start moving our suburban.
Now, for a normal, healthy person, this is good news. Like, there are things that you can do to harden your home against ignition. But then for another type of person, this is not good news because it puts the onus of responsibility back on you. You want to get out from under that. You want to blame everyone else for your problems.
Urban and ex-urban communities into the city center. So,
fuel, heat, oxygen, all required for combustion. So usually for the individual homeowner, it is easier to reduce the possible sources of fuel for a combustion.
It's about the requirements for combustion, initiating communities burning, and therefore I call this the wildland urban fire problem.
Right. You may think that your porn problem is a problem due to the the wildlife out there on the internet, and it's just an unbearable temptation. Or you might think your under-earning problem is just, my bloody boss, he doesn't pay me enough. Or it's my bloody family, they, treated me so rough, I don't know how to navigate reality.
Not with an interface, not with the idea that somehow or another we can geographically classify, and more importantly, geographically solve this problem. So, in this case, local conditions were not sufficient for ignition, where we have obviously high intensity burning surrounding this house, which the house did not meet the conditions required for combustion. And in this particular case, we see largely no intense burning, no tree canopy involved.
Right. We're all carrying a message. We're all carrying a fire. It's either a positive message or a negative message. We're either destructive or constructive. We can't help but transmit. At all times, we are transmitting. But what are we transmitting? And so it's up to us to realign ourselves and to connect ourselves with people who encourage us to transmit the right things at the right levels, at the right signals.
Involved, and we see total destruction of the house. So that raises the question of how far is local, and what conditions principally determine home ignitions during extreme wildfires. So this is where a great deal of the research that I did comes into play. And the results of the modeling that I did, the physical modeling, the experiments, both laboratory as well as field experiments, and the examinations of post-fire as well as during fire examinations of the wildland urban fire situation. That's what I did, and the characteristics that I found, the results of that research indicated that the characteristics of a home in relation to burning materials in the immediate surroundings within just 100 feet principally determine home ignitions during extreme wildfires. Well, so let me clarify. That 100 feet is looking at flames. It's
right. If your kid's computer is in a common area, right, they're much less likely to start combusting to hardcore pornography, because most people don't feel comfortable looking at hardcore pornography when their family's around them in the same room.
Looking at the flame front. It's looking at this idea that if we've got big flames that are further away than 100 feet from the house, we can't meet the requirements for combustion on the wood of that house.
Right. You might say, oh, look, my problems are the Jews. They're packaging these videos with, natural blondes and, big black guys, and I'm just helpless against this kind of combustible material.
And when I was doing this research, particularly the model.
But have you hardened your soul? Have you hardened your home? Have you hardened your life against these threats?
In the experiments, the resulting 100 feet was an intended overestimate. I don't want to underestimate the bridge load. I don't want to underestimate that distance. Now I'm scaling essentially where we're going to do our ignition resistance work. Well,
all right. The whole reason that you come to this show is to do the ignition resistance work, right? That is our common communal commitment. Ignition resistance work. It's not the ignition resistance work about what's going on out there. It's about the ignition resistance work inside our own souls, right? This fire safety talk here, it's just a metaphor for our own spiritual condition.
So how can 100 feet be an overestimate? Well, how would we know? Because our perceptions of fire are through what affects us. And as it turns out, our human skin sensitivity to thermal pain and injury is much greater than the heating requirements for piloted wood ignition. That is, that's an ignition where I start heating up the wood it decomposes to produce flammable vapors. Those flammable vapors mix with the oxygen in the air. And then with a small spark or small flame, I can ignite that flammable mixture. Well, so let's get an idea about what causes us pain and injury compared to what it takes in order to ignite wood. For example, a flame radiative exposure that produces a second-degree burn on my exposed skin in 5 seconds takes over 27 minutes to ignite a wood wall. Well,
right. A lot of people have way too much confidence in their own ability to discern reality, and they think, heck, if my skin is damaged by a flame, then there's nothing that I could do with regard to my house to protect against such a flame.
27 minutes is a huge amount of time for a fire burning, particularly a wildfire of high intensity burning at a single location, which only takes on the order of less than a minute at a particular location, which means that if it doesn't continue to ignite something adjacent to those big flames, then it goes out. And that means that
right. If you're reasonably happy, if you're leading a life of purpose and connection, then you have much less of an intense need to distract yourself by something combustible.
Our human perception of ignition requirements is not reliable for judging the ignitability of our home.
Right. Maintaining emotional sobriety, right. Leading a life where you look forward to each day being vital to the lives of people around you. And you're much less likely then to burst into flames pursuing excitement and distraction.
So I'm going to give an example here that's related to flames, not burning embers. We'll get to burning embers in a moment. So here I am on an incident in Southern California. I was talking with the strike team leader of an engine crew, of an engine strike team. And his comment was, well, when this area to the left started to burn intensely, we had to disengage because of life safety. And by the way, the area to the left of the fellow on the street was Manzanita, and it burned to ground level. So it produced high intensities, indeed, high intensities. People can't be there between the high intensity fire and the community. We see an aerial view, and in our examination, we found that the house, the destroyed structure, was more than 100 feet from the most intense, the largest flames that occurred. Today, and there was a surviving wood fence, a split rail fence that we'll see in a moment, that was about 45 feet from that location. And when we look closer at this surviving fence, we don't even see any thermal degradation, no char. We see scorched leaves, but the scorched leaves occur from the same exposure, the same sensitivity as what produces a second-degree burn on.
Okay, what are we transmitting? What is the message that we are carrying? Right? How are we affecting the people around us? Right? How are we hardening ourselves for temptation and sin?
My basic spiritual understanding of life hasn't changed since I was 16. I'm now 73 years
old. All right, this is Rabbi Rami Shapiro.
When I was 16, I had my first spiritual awakening. And as we're going to get into, I think all spiritual awakenings are a matter of grace. But I was practicing Zen Buddhism. I have serious practice experience in Zen Buddhism and in non-dual Hinduism, Advaita Hinduism, as well as Judaism, but I've studied Christianity and Sufism. So anyway, I'm interested in religion. I have taught world religions in the university level. I'm very interested in religion. But as a 16-year-old, I was working in the world of Zen Buddhism, as well as my living in an Orthodox Jewish home. And I don't know what happened because I wasn't there. Something happened, but Rami disappeared. And when I came back into my normal waking state consciousness, I was aware of what I now call and have written about perennial wisdom. And this is something that's been around it's perennial, so thousands of years. but my articulation of it is my own, but you can find it in every religious tradition when you talk from the mystical perspective. So my basic approach, my basic understanding of reality from that spiritual perspective is comprises 4 points. So let me just lay these out and you'll see how you'll know where I'm coming from. I'll make sure they're clear for you. So the first point is all life, you and I, and everything in the universe is a manifesting of a non-dual aliveness that's called by many names. So you can call it God, you can call it Mother. In the Hebrew tradition, it's called Yud-He Vav-He, the unpronounceable name of God that's revealed to Moses. You can call it Allah, you can call it Tao, you can call it Brahman or nature, whatever word works for you. And there are dozens of words that humanity has invented to reference this non-dual reality, to quote St. Paul, in which we live and move and have our being. So we are a manifesting of this reality the way waves are a manifesting of the ocean that waves them. That's the fundamental point. Everything in the universe is an expression of God. 2, you and I don't know about other beings, but I'm just going to stick with humans. You and I have an innate capacity to awaken in, with, and as this divine reality. There are many ways to do that. Every mystic tradition and every religion has methodologies for doing it. The methodologies don't guarantee the awakening. The awakening is a gift of grace. But there are methodologies: meditation, prayer, art, dance, chanting. There's, probably an infinite list of ways to cultivate a mind ready to receive the grace of awakening. But every human being has the capacity to awaken as the divine. Point 3 is awakening as the divine, or awakening as aliveness, calls you to an ethical stance toward life. It calls you, to quote from the Bible, to be a blessing to all the families of the earth. That's Genesis chapter 12, verse 3. To be a blessing to all the families of the earth. How do you do that? Again, there's various ways, but essentially from the religious point of view, regardless of the religion, it means by living your life in accordance with the golden rule. And there's 2 basic ways of understanding the rule. The oldest way comes from Confucius, and you also find it in the Jewish tradition from Rabbi Hillel, and it's in the negative. So both Confucius and Hillel said the golden rule is, what is hateful to you, don't do to anybody else. Then you find it in Jesus and others articulated in the positive. Do unto others what you would want others to do unto you. So whether you prefer the negative, or the older negative version, or slightly more modern, because Jesus was just a generation or 2 after Hillel. So whether you like the negative or the positive, the golden rule is what guides your life when you've had that awakening. And the 4th point is awakening to the divine as everything and living according to the golden rule. Those 2 things together comprise your highest calling as a human being.
So you might be watching the Denver Broncos just driving the ball downfield. Oh my God, Denver just scored on Buffalo. It's now 6-0. And you're thinking, what is God trying to teach me right now? Where the underdog Denver Broncos, 10-point dogs, all right? I assume they're on the road in Buffalo, and they strike first with a touchdown. You might be thinking, what is God trying to teach me right now? And we can get messages from our head, from football, from a parking ticket. And last night I was watching a Swedish TV series called The Breakthrough. Right, there's a double murder, true crime. This really happened in 2004. Finally solved after 16 years, and there's a genealogist who made the breakthrough. So for the first time in Europe, a murder is solved through genealogical research. It was inspired by people in California finding the Golden State Killer. And so this particular murderer, he went out with a knife and he just killed 2 people because the voices in his head told him to find inner peace, he had to kill 2 people. So you can listen to the voices in your head. You can try to get messages from the football game, or you can be more selective, right, about the sources of direction for your life. Now, I kind of like this rabbi here, Rami Shapiro. What is the message we carry?
That's really what we're here to do. Our addictions keep us from awakening and keep us from living the golden rule. The 12-step program, I would argue, regardless of which one it is, following the steps will lead you to that awakening and to that calling. So that's my fundamental starting point with all of this. So Patrick, if it's okay with you, can we open it up and just clarify the 4 points of perennial wisdom? And then I'll go on to this to step 11.
Yes, absolutely.
What do you do when you are really, really angry at God?
Here's what I would say, for whatever it's worth. The God of our understanding, whether it's the God you were raised with or the God that I was raised with, is not God. Right? Somebody invented the Catholic God or the Jewish God or the Hindu gods or whatever it is. And it's usually a guy, and it's usually a man, and it's usually for the power of the men who invented it. Now, this is just my opinion for all of you who are listening, so just me. And it's usually at the expense of women. That God isn't God. That's just somebody's ego that with an army, either physical or psychological army, that's been used to beat the crap out of people. What we really need is to free ourselves from that God. And I think that because as we'll see in a little bit, 12-step doesn't talk about this higher power. It talks about a greater power, which I think, and I'll explain it in a second, is much different than a higher power. And that we have to ultimately die to this God of our understanding. And again, this gets a little complicated, but whenever we talk about God as I understand God, we're talking about the wrong thing. Because God as I understand God is just my ego. And my ego has been trained by my parents and my religion and my church and my state and whatever else I've been shaped by. And I need to free myself from all of that. And my paradigm for that, I don't know if this is making sense to anybody, but let me tell you a story since I have 90 minutes and Patrick invited me. And if you don't like what I say, you can blame him. But I was once on an interfaith panel with a dear friend of mine, Father Thomas Keating, who is he's deceased now, but a very, very radical Catholic priest. And in the group that we were teaching, there was a person like yourself, very angry at God, very angry at the Catholic Church. And he wanted to show how Catholicism had no place in an interfaith setting. And he said to Father Thomas, isn't it true that the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ is absolutely necessary to everyone's salvation? And that being on an interfaith panel is ridiculous because you know that Jews and Muslims and Hindus and Buddhists are all going to hell because they don't accept Jesus, the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. They don't accept him as their savior. And Father Thomas tried to, what am I going to do with this question? And he's a friend of mine. I was sitting next to him. I felt terrible for him. And so I asked him if I could answer the question. And he was very relieved to have the rabbi answer this question. So I said, the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ is absolutely necessary to everyone's salvation, but not sufficient. And then I went on to explain that you have to read these stories metaphorically. Jesus is on the cross, and Jesus says only one thing on the cross. He says in Aramaic, but the Hebrew is, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which is the first verse of Psalm 22. In English, it means, my God, why have you forsaken me? And then he dies, and then he's resurrected. Now, I read these things as parables, and I read them metaphorically. But why does his God forsake him? His God is the God of his understanding, the God he thought was going to save him from the horror of the cross. But that God didn't save him. The God of his understanding didn't save him. To say that the death and resurrection of Jesus is absolutely necessary is to say that, but not sufficient, is to say that you and I have got to die on the cross of our own divine, our own theological understanding, that we have to take the God of our understanding and die to it, because that's just an ego thing. And it leads us into all kinds of dark alleys. It leads us into all kinds of dark places emotionally. And it leads us into all kinds of dark relationships, either with God or with people we think God wants us to be with, or a church God wants us to be in, or whatever our religious leaders tell us God wants us to do. and that we have to be crucified to that. We have to die to that. And only when we've lost all of that and we have nothing, which to me is spiritual rock bottom, only then do we see what's true. And that's the resurrection. So what we need if we're in that kind of situation is a spiritual practice that says, no, that's not God. No, that's not God. That any idea I have about God.
I don't know if you've read the book Rejoice, O Youth by Avigdor Miller, or you've listened to any Avigdor Miller. He's a Haredi rabbi, any of his talks. But I remember listening to one talk, and he said, everything that you encounter is a message from God. Right? Even that one-legged Puerto Rican, that's a message from God. That crazy ranting homeless meth freak, right? That's a message from God. All right, the Buffalo Bills driving the ball down close to a touchdown right now against the Denver Broncos. There's a message for you from God right there. And so you can use these messages that reality is constantly giving us in a productive or a maladaptive fashion.
God isn't it. What the Hindus call neti, N-E-T-I, N-E-T-I. It's not that. It's not that. Or in the Christian tradition, via negativa. Every idea I have about God, you say no to it. No, that's not right. That's not right. Until you end up with nothing. And in that space of not knowing, that's where the grace of knowing happens. But what you know is not the anthropomorphic God that we've been taught. And all the anxiety and all the anger and all the pain that comes from the false God that we know falls away in the not knowing. Now, that sounds like gobbledygook. That sounds sort of, I'm just babbling. But my experience is that in those moments when I'm free from knowing, and all the mystics talk about this, in those moments when I'm free from knowing, all that pain is gone because the God who created it is gone. So I'm just going to leave you with that. It's probably not very helpful, but it's the best I've got. But I would find a meditation practice that doesn't deal with that God, that erases that God by saying, no, you're not it. You're a false, you're just an idea. You're not God.
Am I imperfect and broken? How can I better follow the golden rule?
Well, these are great questions. Can I leave now? Because they're too difficult to answer. So yes, we are imperfect and broken. And that's part of the perfection and wholeness. So I know that sounds paradoxical, but when Jesus says, be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, or centuries earlier, God says in the Hebrew scripture, be holy as I, the Hebrew word for God that they translate in English is Lord, but the Hebrew word is a verb. It means the happening. There's no good English for it. We could get lost in the mystical theology, but the two names of God revealed to Moses at the burning bush in that story are both verbs. The verb that we translate as in English as I am that I am, or something like that. It's just the word, well, there's no English. It's sort of like eyeing, I apostrophe ing. It's a gerund. So it's just the I. It's like the universe from the inside. It's just like when Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita reveals that he is the universe. It's the universe on the inside. So it's the eyeing of the universe. And the second name that God reveals is the same verb to happen or to be, but it's the third person. So it's, if we say we use the ocean and wave analogy, when the ocean is speaking for itself, it says, I'm all the waves. And when the waves are speaking about the ocean, it says, I'm the ocean is happening as me, something like that. But, because it's non-dual, everything is a part of it. So when Jesus says, be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, or God says, be holy as I am holy, the implication is you are.
I feel like I can use this rabbi here for ASMR. It's just, there's something very soothing. And this is from the terrific YouTube channel called Friendly Circle Berlin, which is all about the path of 12-step recovery. I think you can get a great read on someone, often if you're more visually inclined, just by looking at someone's face, right? After 50, we're responsible for the quality of our face. I heard someone say that there's some truth to it. Like my father had this like kind of beneficent, holy look on his face, which I do not have. So let's see what Dr. Desmond, right? There was like a certain quality about my father's face that is not there with me because my father was a much more godly, sanctified person than myself. But I really like the look on Rami Shapiro's face, right? He's 73 years of age, and there's a soothing quality to his voice. I think this is a pretty good bloke. Now, I'm sure there are some situations where he would not be of sterling moral character, but he just feels like a good bloke. I usually feel like I get an excellent read of someone just by hearing the quality of their voice, and in 12-step work, I often feel like I can get a read of someone's level of recovery just by listening to their voice. But whether you're more visual, and I often will look up a picture of someone. I'm start reading an essay they've written, and then I think I want to get a fix on this person. I want to get more of a sense of who they are. And so I'll look them up, see a picture, and it helps me to understand what they're saying. So we're always transmitting.
Are capable of that level of perfection and holiness. But what is that level of perfection and holiness? It can't be perfection versus imperfection, because then God isn't infinite. It can't be holy versus unholy, because then God isn't infinite. If God is the infinite, which is what another way of looking at non-duality, if God includes everything, if there's nothing.
Now, unfortunately, he has succumbed, like so many people have succumbed, to overly praising himself in his self-description. So this is, I assume this is his self-description. Rabbi Rami Shapiro is widely recognized as one of the most creative figures in contemporary American Judaism. Like Dennis Prager's self-description is, Dennis Prager is widely recognized as, this or that awesome intellectual. So come on, guys. It's best to err on the side of understatement rather than extravagantly praising yourself. He is an award-winning poet, right? People don't really need to know that you've won awards. Liturgist and essayist. And he currently directs the One River Foundation. In this talk, he speaks about recovery, perennial wisdom, and steps 11 and 12. So, Rabbi Rami, you seem like an awesome guy. Perhaps reduce the self-praise. Better to understate these things and let others, such as myself, praise you.
Thing other than God. Which is also a statement in the Bible, if that matters. But if God is everything, then God has to include all opposites, like in Taoism, where God includes.
So he has an amazing ability to speak the language of recovery to those of all sorts of different spiritual and religious traditions.
The yin and the yang. It has to be completely inclusive. So broken and unbroken are all part of the same greater wholeness. God includes both. Perfection and imperfection, it's all part of the same.
You're saying 40, what is God trying to tell me right now? The Buffalo Bills, 10-point favorites. They're playing at home. They drove the ball down the field, but they could not get it into the end zone. They were forced to kick a field goal. It's Denver 7, Buffalo 3. Now Denver's got the ball. What is God trying to teach me here? And the answer is, I do not know. But there is considerable discussion right now about the role of arson in these fires in Los Angeles. And I remember when I did some bad things with matches at age 8, because I must have wanted the outside world to match the misery that I had burning up in my soul at that time. There's a cover story in The Atlantic magazine by Derek Thompson, who seems to be optimizing for truth. A very smart guy, thoughtful guy, but somehow whenever he encounters data and truth, logic and facts, they always seem to coincide with the conventional elite left of center wisdom. But that doesn't mean that we can't learn from Derek Thompson. February Atlanta magazine cover story, The Anti-Social Century. So he talks about how Americans are much less connected than they were, that social cohesion and social trust have diminished, but he doesn't talk about the role that diversity has played in discouraging participation in the public space. He doesn't mention immigration. If Derek Thompson is so committed to truth, then I'm unaware of him ever grappling with uncomfortable truths. Now, I have not read his entire oeuvre, so I may be unfair to Derek Thompson, and for that, I seek your forgiveness and his forgiveness. But does he ever encounter counter truths that go against his own preferences, against his own politics, against his own career prospects? Because I constantly encounter this. I constantly encounter truths that are highly inconvenient, awkward, and definitely seem to flow against my own social advancement, monetary advancement, and my own best interests. That's my understanding of truth, that it is jagged, that it rips you open, that it comes with an enormous price the more that you optimize for truth. But for Derek Thompson, my perception is truth always just seems to happen to smoothly coincide with his own career prospects and his own political preferences. So he never mentions how civil rights legislation has destroyed community. It used to be that men could gather with men in service clubs, right? Men overwhelmingly prefer the company of other men alone, right? Men generally don't want to be spending time around women unless they're trying to bang the women. So the destruction of male-only service clubs, the destruction of male-only spaces in our society, the inability to use your property and your preferences to spend most of your time with people who are like you, the limitations on who you can hire and fire, limitations on who you can rent to, right? All these civil rights disruptions, the massive increase in litigation that civil rights legislation has encouraged, right, has played a huge role in our isolation, our lack of cohesion, our lack of social trust. But he doesn't seem to talk about that, which is sad. What the heck, Derek? What's going on, man? Right, so the anti-social century is the essay.
Spending more time alone than ever. It's changing our personalities, our politics, and even our relationship to reality. Written by Derek Thompson for The Atlantic. Narrated by Landon Woodson for Apple News Plus subscribers. The bar is closed. A short drive from my home in North Carolina is a small Mexican restaurant with several tables and 4 stools at a bar facing the kitchen. On a sweltering afternoon last summer, I walked in with my wife and daughter. The place was empty. But looking closer, I realized that business was booming. The bar was covered with to-go food, 9 large brown bags. As we ate our meal, I watched half a dozen people enter the restaurant without sitting down to eat. Each one pushed open the door, walked to the counter, picked up a bag from the bar, and left.
So I cannot live a lie, right? I was just feeling all smug and superior about how I deconstructed Derek Thompson in this essay. I thought, wow, 40 really optimized for truth here. But this essay was profoundly uncomfortable for my own life because I have experienced some loneliness. And he talks about isolation is the result of a whole series of choices that we make. And this essay reminded me way too painfully about how I have made all sorts of choices to unnecessarily isolate myself. But in particular, so often people in the Orthodox Jewish community have extended themselves to me, have been kind to me, have hosted me. And I have not always repaid their kindness with virtuous behavior. The rabbi might have been making Kiddush, and 25 years ago, I was making off-color remarks at the same time. The rabbi may have invited me into his sukkah during the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, and I may have been inappropriately hitting on women. The rabbi may have been not always the same rabbi, all right? I'm just recollecting how people were kind to me, and I didn't always repay their kindness with virtuous behavior. I was invited to this rabbi's home, famous rabbi, he's published lots of books, and I ended up arguing with him about differences between Judaism and Christianity. So I said to him, well, that which is major in Judaism is minor in Christianity and vice versa. I had read it somewhere, not that I'd come up with these insights. And so I was pontificating, well, humility and faith and love, these are major in Christianity and they're minor in Judaism. And in Judaism, law and justice are major, but they're minor in Christianity. He said, no, faith and love and humility, they're all major in Judaism too. Many Jews, many chauvinist Jews are uncomfortable by the idea that Jews and Judaism are absolutely number one in every single category. So I'm arguing, I'm just trying to enlighten this rabbi. I'm trying to optimize for truth, but little did I know his daughter was crying in the kitchen listening to what I had provoked. Boy, and another story that I heard secondhand, that I hit on this woman on a Friday night dinner in circa 1997. And apparently I'd been so uncouth that as she was telling a rabbi 10, 15 years later that when she simply recalls what happened, like she starts crying. Oy.
Choreography between kitchen and customer, not a word was exchanged. The space once reserved for that most garrulous social encounter, the bar hangout, had been
Okay, controlled opposition says, civil rights, is that responsible for a lack of social cohesion? What BS? Okay, would you deny that government interference in some of our most intimate decisions, such as about who we hire, who we rent to, grandma has a room that she wants to rent, right? Do you deny that increasing the ability to litigate some of these most personal decisions has diminished social cohesion and social trust and led to a more fragmented and isolated America? Do you deny that there's any connection there? I will recognize that civil rights legislation has also done some things that have promoted social cohesion and social trust, right? You don't have to worry when you're trying to rent a room at a hotel or you're trying to find a job that you will be explicitly discriminated against for all sorts of intractable characteristics that you might have. So I think overall civil rights legislation have reduced social cohesion, social trust, and created more fragmented and isolated America. But I recognize that there are ways that civil rights legislation has improved social cohesion, social trust, and connection, and created a smoother society. So good sides, bad sides to civil rights legislation. I think overall it's done more harm than good, but I welcome your perspective.
figured into a silent depot for customers to grab food to eat at home. Until the pandemic, the bar was bustling and popular with regulars. It's just a few seats.
Okay, let's bring Kip back onto the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, day 3 of isolation for me. What about you?
No, I was with the community yesterday, so I went to shul, saw my friends.
You didn't let us know how this had restricted your movements or whether it even had. I just know that you're not too far. It's only about, the shit starts about a mile or so west of you. Am I right?
Yeah, it's fairly close. I didn't leave the house last Thursday to Monday because I was sick. Then Tuesday, I start feeling better. And then from Tuesday afternoon until Friday afternoon, I don't leave the house again. So I basically stayed inside for pretty much the previous 10 days.
Yeah. Yesterday, when they were trying to keep the fire from engulfing the Getty, how far would that be west of your location?
Approximately 8 miles.
Okay, not quite as close as I thought. You were talking about the monkeypoxers. Is there where are they concentrated at in the greater Los Angeles area?
They're in West Hollywood, I would say. Many of our better neighborhoods, gays tend to gentrify.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, do you think there will be a chance that there will be a higher concentration headed towards poor Elliot Blatt? I mean, who's already just sort of overrun?
Well, I think that I have no idea, but Elliot Blatt needs to recognize that we need these people, and that unless Elliot Blatt learns to be multicultural, he will not survive. It's going to be very painful for him to learn to be multicultural. It will be painful for him to embrace a more tolerant and perspective on life. But without it, he's just going to languish in misery.
It's what would be the odds that those three gals that you were highlighting early on, and you kind of profiled them earlier on today? what's the chances mathematically that those are the three best that the fire department had? They just kicked so much ass during all the physical trial. Well, they just, you know what I mean? They were just cerebrally. They just knew how to put out fires. It was an innate thing. They just needed. Didn't even need as much training as the guys. I mean, what do you think the chances? I figure it's got to be about one in 100,000 that those three gals.
Well, there's zero chance that they were physically the most robust and strong. But to be fair, to be honest, they are in management positions. They seem to be highly intelligent. At least one of them has a graduate degree from Harvard. So I think there is a considerably higher percentage chance that they are very good at their jobs. So I don't know if they're very good at their jobs, but I certainly wouldn't deny that they're very good at their jobs. And I don't think that physical strength is a prime requisite for managing a fire department.
On a 1 to 10, once you knew that Karen Bass had come back from Guyana and she was back on the scene, how much of a calming did that have on you? 1 to 10?
10 out of 10. It was like an immediate Valium.
Oh, man. I thought so. I thought so. I knew
what a sigh of relief. I breathed such a sigh of relief that it put out 13 acres of wildfire. Just the outgoing expression of my sigh just put down flames all over West LA.
Right. Unfortunately, in my isolation, I've been trying to. I don't know. I should be trying to glorify things in my thoughts, but because I don't have the wolves, because I don't have the wolves beating at my doors yet, I tend to think more long terms, and unfortunately, the thoughts don't come too rosy. But I was just going to say, personally, I'm full of laziness, but I'm always surprised by the amount of lustful analogies you're able to come up with. It must be a real torment to live in your mind. I would sort of a Siri in your mind to see what is sparking off all these things. You think it's more of an internal conflict, or you think it's something in the environment that's you're aligning yourself up to?
No, it's my own mishigas. It's my own foolishness. It's my own demons. I mean, Kip, there was a significant price that I paid when I wrote the Book of Love.
I just wonder how much or how little do you think of it may be that animal RNA that wants to get out there and procreate no matter what, what kind of strife it might bring into Luke Ford's life. You get what I'm saying? And if that's the case, then you're lucky, because at some time you would think it would go away. You know what I mean? Maybe at 68 or maybe at 63. Do you think it's something that'll fade away with time, or do you think it's something that you're just going to have to deal with in the same way that I deal with cigarettes and cannabis and chocolate? If that's the case, then you're.
Well, here I'll just speak literally. There's been a considerable diminishment of the intensity of my lustful inclinations over the past few months due to ADHD medication, I assume, or it may just be that I'm 58.
Right. I was going to ask you,
I used to walk around with, I need you to know this, Kip. I used to walk around with a 5.5-inch stiffy, like hours a day. Like I was just ready to go, or at least that's my memory of my earlier days. But, but those days, man, it's not like that anymore.
Well, I used to hypothesize, even as a young man. I would see there was a Seventh-day Adventist school in the town that I grew up, and then there was just general like Baptist schools, Christian schools, and what I would notice is it seems to be like these people have been sheltered in a way that has to do them good scholastically, but the world is going to either tear them up and spit them out, or they're going to latch on to the first 2 or 3 fun things they get a hold of, and they're going to want to make up for lost time. And God knows, they're going to wind up in the slums or something because of it. So that was all my thing is, it's a double-edged sword to protect your kids from the realities of what really goes on in the world, because that protection ends, at age 18 or whenever it ends.
Yeah, I recognize that. Obviously, I don't know much about raising kids, but just from what I see, I think that children, particularly young children, are better off being raised in a cocoon, and then they'll figure it out when they turn 18. Some people are vulnerable. Now, I'm highly familiar with preachers' kids being rebellious, but there's no such phenomenon that's widely discussed about rabbis' kids.
Right.
You don't associate rabbi kids with rebellion any more than plumbers' kids.
Right. Well, you see Sam Kinison. I don't know. Maybe he just had a bad night driving, or maybe he tried to consume it all, tried to make up for lost time after his preaching days. And then you look at another one like also a comedian, Theo Vaughn. It didn't seem to consume his life. I'm sure he had the same desire to go out there and see what life had to offer, but it didn't seem to consume him, like it's consuming LA right now. You see, it's more of a person-to-person thing, but both of them seem to have both lived that sheltered life in the same way Luke Ford did.
I remember in third grade was the first time I saw photos of naked women. My God, that just lit a fire in me.
Yeah, yours definitely manifested in one particular direction. I mean, think about your blogging career and everywhere. You've heard the term your mind being in the gutter. But what year did you say, at least on a professional level, you had enough of that?
2007.
Okay, is when you kind of had to reinvent yourself. I was going to ask you, if they legalized, because they were saying that homeless and the druggies may have been causing some of these fires, maybe not all of them, but maybe causing some of these fires. And I was wondering if they had legalized drugs in the Mojave Desert, a la the way that a Sheriff Aparicio would do it. You remember that guy out in Phoenix?
Yes.
Maricopa County? Okay.
Yeah.
You could see he would tell all the druggies, all the needles are here, the cots are here, the CP tents are up, so you can get out of the sunshine. It's all here, but nothing's going to be allowed there anymore. Nothing's going to be allowed within the 500 square miles of LA. Nothing's going to be allowed in the 46.9 square miles of San Francisco. Do you think that could be done? I think the people would go to the Mojave. What do you think?
So he was proposing decriminalizing drugs in certain areas?
No. I'm telling you, I'm telling you that could we make LA and San Francisco a lot better by just offering them all those freebies, whatever. I know in San Francisco, don't they give them like $588 a month? Offer all that stuff in a concentrated place out in the Mojave Desert, where they can have, basic supplies or whatever, but it doesn't
clean needles.
Yeah, the cut doesn't affect the population at large, and at least I don't know. It just seems it. I know that California doesn't have. I don't know, but they're too compassionate probably for that at this point. But after a few more fires, there will be a time where you brush up that, pull out that plan, and a lot of people's going to sign on the dotted line once they've truly had enough. I don't know what you and I see on the TV and the stuff you showed us. I don't know if that's everybody really has had enough yet, or if maybe we're cherry picking some examples of people like Adam Carolla that have had enough, but we knew he had already had enough before anyway. So what do you think the general feeling out there is with the homeless, the underclass, basically the deterioration of sections of the city?
Right. So people on the left don't like crime. They don't like homeless. They don't like dysfunction. And so there is, I think, a growing movement to try to reduce these bad things. We elected a new district attorney who's tough on crime in Los Angeles, replacing a George Soros-funded DA. So I do think that there will be an increasing return to sanity. I don't know much about conservative policies with regard to homelessness. I'd like to become educated in that area. I would like to see the most effective government possible, whether it's using policies of the left or the right. I am curious what would be effective policies to reduce homelessness in California, because we have something like a majority of the country is homeless.
Yeah, you've got to, it's a battle of YIMBYs and NIMBYs, I think is what you call them out there. And the no in my backyard people, I think, are being more honest, but the yes in my backyard people, all you have to do is have enough of those that are willing to go in. We know they're never going to stop what they say in public when the cameras are running, but what will they say in the voting booth? Can you get enough YIMBYs to vote NIMBY in the voting booth? Because it's better for their neighborhood.
Right. I have courted both NIMBYs and YIMBYs, and I do think the ones who said to me, no, not in my yard, I think they were being more honest.
Yeah, I get you. I told you, let me point out just how lazy I am. I predicted this, like, as the snow was getting ready to come. I said, well, let's just see if laziness wins out, or if I go tackle a project or clean up a room that I haven't been living in enough lately or whatever. Laziness has won out for 3 days in a row. So I'm not beating you up, bro. This is the problems you have with lust. I have the same problem with laziness. You know what I mean? So we all carry our own demons. And I don't mean to ever come at you with a holier than thou attitude. But
you never do. I've never sensed that from you.
Okay. I just, that's one of the things I've been kind of meditating about is what are the things, because I think the government may be incentivized, and you hit on this earlier, they incentivize too many bad habits. And unfortunately, if I can speak frankly, knowing whites had too much self-respect to cling to those government handrails exclusively. Now, unfortunately, I'll be the first to admit that whites have changed in the past 25 years. But I would say the whites in general, from say 1970 to 2000, there was they felt ashamed if they went and took a government handout. Do you remember these people? They did exist at one time.
Yes, I knew many of them, but I would propose, without knowing the facts on the ground, that Ashkenazi Jews and people of Northeast Asian ancestry were even more reluctant to accept welfare than whites.
But some groups didn't have the moral quandaries about living an unproductive life and depending on Big Daddy with a sort of system of handouts. And so I wonder why, when I look at all the cities, they were, and I know David probably thinks I'm picking on Detroit, but it wasn't just Detroit. Lots of cities were 90% white in 1950. And now I look at, the other day, I was looking at the top 15 largest cities and what percent white they were. And I believe where you're at in LA, I believe the shift was from like 1980 to 1990. Sometime by 1990, it was 38 point something percent white and 38 point something percent Hispanic. And now I think it's down to like 28% white. And I will tell you, that's pretty much a low number. But what maybe some would consider an underclass Hispanic really ain't that bad compared to some places I've been to. You get what I'm saying? Look forward. So LA's situation might not be as bad as, say, Detroit, Baltimore, Memphis, and some other places, but the problems are there. So
quick thought. For most people, it's going to be in their best interests to live in the highest IQ community that they can. And so the higher your IQ, the less likely you are to latch on to government welfare as a source of sustenance. You see more of the downsides to it, and you see many more exciting and more productive ways to lead your life. On the other hand, other people don't have the same skills as your 140 IQ Harvard graduate. And so for them, government welfare might be much more conducive. It may be much more of a way of life for the people around them. And so different groups have different gifts. and different groups react differently to different situations. So I never read this novel, but I think it's apropos here. I think there's a novel by James Clavell called King Rat, and I think there's a character in it who was absolutely king of his prison, right? He had a certain sort of cunning that enabled him to rule his prison, but outside of prison, he was completely lost. So some groups are highly adapted to certain situations, and they are less adapted to other situations. And so it's not useful, I think, to assess the group primarily on a moral curve, but it's just simply more useful to recognize that different groups evolved over hundreds of millions of years to be more suited to one particular location, and they're not going to be as well suited to different locations, different environments, and different challenges. So rather than giving thumbs up or thumbs down to different groups, just understand different groups evolved in different circumstances. And for example, there aren't a lot of white people starting at cornerback in the National Football League. And this may be because of structural racism, but it may be because their coaches in high school and college, when they had this fast white guy who wanted to play quarterback, they shifted him to safety. But it may be that white Americans do not generally tend to excel at the cornerback position compared to members of a different group.
Yes, sir. One strange thing is, by any barometer, all groups were more moral, more ethical in 1950 than they were now. I mean, take, for example, not picking on black people, but over 90% of black births were born to parents that were wed in 1950. That's pretty strong, isn't it?
Yeah, it's far higher than white people today.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So that you have had this race towards the bottom that these liberal people, they meant well. They could see that maybe somebody was starting out from a different position, but you see, those people didn't resent that in 1950. I've heard numerous people on some of these YouTube channels say that things were better in 1950s and the 1960s. They were better. They were better before, when you asked them to do the difficult thing and live to the same standards as everybody else. And now it's like everybody stands in line, raising their hand, trying to tell you what problem they have. Like we have some sort of mental health crisis going on now, to where 80% of the young people have a diagnosis. I think, okay, some of that is the world is changing so fast with information, but some of that is everybody wants to be part of a protected class now, so it's a complete race to the bottom.
Well, yeah, so people respond to incentives and society change, so that post 1960s people frequently felt tempted to embrace victimhood status, while prior to 1960 people tended to flee victimhood status. So the many indicators of the quality of black life in America were at their strongest in the 1950s. And it in some ways it deteriorated after the 1960s, but I think it's more useful to be more specific, granular, and sophisticated, and recognize where life was better in the 1950s and where life is, say, better now. It wasn't universally better, and perhaps people were not universally better, but there are ways that life was better in the 1950s. And if you got type 1 diabetes, right, life is a lot better now.
No, you're right. You're right. But boy, do the people like Amy Wax speak about it in glowing terms. The people like Charles Murray, the people that were actually there. I wasn't there, but I was just in the last days of I've been looking at all this snow. I was just kind of thinking about a post-mortem, sort of an autopsy of our dying cities. Quit, dogs. And one thing I found out is, seemed like liberalism, everybody had leaned into liberalism so hard, and in my mind that actually started. It started probably around 1900. And like I've reminded you before, 1914, everybody could smoke, drink, do anything they wanted to, morphine, heroin, whatever. It was available right at the corner drugstore. And then all of a sudden in 1915, it's all outlawed. In 1918 or whenever it was, you can't even drink beer. And then they allow women the right to vote. And then you get, I guess what would seem to us is pretty socialistic, what you had with the FDR regime. So you can see that sort of liberalism creep has always been there, but we just sort of really leaned into it way too much, I would say, especially in the 21st century. But other than that, seemed to be a rot in our once productive cities. All of a sudden we looked forward, and they weren't making anything. You know what I mean? It's one thing for the steel centers or whatever to die out like they did in the 1940s or whatever. But we look around and we stop making rubber tires. We stop making anything. Like there's cars being made in 3 or 4 different places, probably 50 miles in different directions from where I live. But they ain't making that look forward. They're just assembling stuff that shows up. There's not much actually being made in America. Can you speak to that point?
Yeah, let me think. So before I start speaking, perhaps I should pause. Okay, so I differ from you in that I don't think that building things is inherently more righteous than moving things on a computer. So I don't think that manufacturing is just inherently superior to working in a service industry. But to a deeper point, there were far more explanations about why life was the way it was for different groups on a racial basis towards the end of the 19th century. So Darwinism became applied to understanding different groups of people, and life was largely understood on a racial basis. And then the German socialist, Marxist, structuralist explanation of why life works the way it does increasingly took over among American elites, so that by the 1930s, the racial explanation was just completely out of bounds, certainly after World War II. But throughout history, there have been left and right-wing tendencies. So there's a great book called Predisposed, Liberals, Conservatives, and the Biology of Political Differences. So there are probably some biological differences that are behind our traits, and among our traits are political predispositions. So think about, say, offhand labels for Democrats today in America. We think of them as sweaty, disordered, offhand, imaginative, tolerant, and skilled at verbal give and take. We think of Republicans as respectable, sober, purposeful, self-righteous, cut and dried, and boring. So people on the left, people on the right, don't just have different tastes in politics, but also in art, in humor, in food, in life organization, life accoutrement, leisure pursuits, the type of communities that they build. They differ in how they develop information, how they think, how they view other people and events. They probably have different neural architecture. They display distinctively different brain waves in certain circumstances. They tend to have different personalities. So people on the right tend to be higher in conscientiousness. People on the left tend to be higher in openness. They have different psychological tendencies. They pay attention to different stimuli and give the same stimuli different degrees of importance and intensity. They, probably have some genetic differences. And people on the left, people on the right are emotionally, preferentially, psychologically, and biologically and physiologically different. And there have always been these basic tendencies that exhibit themselves in either left-wing or right-wing reaction. So we got the left tends to be associated with support for equality and openness to new ways of doing things. The right has long stood for support for authority, hierarchy, order, and the traditional ways of doing things. So we have had communities for thousands of years that prefer hierarchical decision-making, right? That's a right-wing tendency. Other communities have preferred egalitarian arrangements. That's a left-wing tendencies. Some communities believe in share and share alike. Others believe that everybody needs to take care of their own. Some communities would see outgroups as threats. Others saw them as potential sources of trade, friendship, and new knowledge. Some communities were wedded to their group's traditional practices. Other communities could not wait to try and endorse the latest fad or lifestyle. And so for all right-wing groups, you see aversion to out-groups, you see strict punishment of norm violators, you see an eagerness to embrace traditional lifestyles, you see a desire for strong leadership, you see a dislike of redistribution, particularly if it benefits outsiders. And then in left-wing groups, you see openness to out-groups, you see lenient punishment, you see an eagerness to embrace new lifestyles, try new things, you see a suspicion of strong leaders, and you see a desire for egalitarian redistribution. So on the right, you've got a strong belief relative to the left that security of the country and of the group is of paramount importance, and out-groups should be treated as potential threats. And so one response that is right-wing is to wall ourselves off, to keep the others out. Another option is to go around the world and intervene whenever necessary. But either way, these are two different right-wing strategies for achieving the same goal. But people on the left, they're much more open to try new things, to be open to out-groups. And these are communal tendencies that have exhibited themselves for thousands of years past.
Yeah. Geez. Despite your best efforts to derail my train of thought, I kept it. The creep of liberalism, the spread of bad ideas was number one. The rot in our once productive American cities was number two. And I do think, unlike you, I do think it gives us a certain amount of freedom to be able to be making things. We should be making things instead of importing them all from like whatever's third world this decade, because as you see, every time we find a cheap source for labor, just putting the money in that area ends up screwing up the deal within like 10 or 15 years, and Nike or whoever it is has to move. So it may benefit shareholders over the short term, but it doesn't benefit, I don't think, us long term. But the third thing that I think was obvious was the sort of a transformation from the we the people to all of a sudden we the corporations, and we've sort of talked about that already, so I won't belabor that point. But I just think we've been too quick to pay when time gets bad. If times get bad, we'll pay this off, wallpaper over this, add this to our debt load or whatever. And like each year, like this year, Luke Ford can't live in your household. You can't take in 100,000 and spend 150,000. It doesn't work. But our government does that. So
hang on. My dad would tell me, if you spend 6 pence more than you earn, that's a life of misery. If you save at least 6 pence more than you earn, that's the basis for a good life.
Yeah, I can't sleep at night. Our government, they don't lose a wink of sleep at night because they know they can just print up more money. But that printing up more money is the reason that Harvard cost $150 a year for tuition in 1900. It cost $400 a year for tuition in 1947, and I'd venture to say it's probably $75,000, $80,000 a year now. So you see, don't worry about it. The future will take care of it. It's ramped away at such a vicious pace that I'm afraid the young people don't even think they can believe in it. And I think that's probably what caused this fourth reason, which is sort of a loss of grit, loss of pride, loss of industrious, due to whether you want to call it inflationary predation or just government creep. When our fathers were born, the U.S. government was probably only 5%, of the people probably work for the government or less. And now, geez, I would say directly or indirectly, probably 40% of the people work in some capacity, doing the deed for the government directly or indirectly. What do you think, Luke?
Well, speaking of doing the deed, just imagine that you're anally raped and you found unexpectedly that you enjoyed it. And then would you question your sexual orientation, or would you be able to forgive yourself for experiencing pleasure at the hands of your rapist?
I guess I would look at that as a happy accident, if that's what actually happened, Mr. Luke Ford.
Okay, sorry. So what was the question again?
So I don't know.
Oh no, you're questioning, is it great that such a large proportion of our workforce works for the government? So I'm a free market guy by tendency, but I recognize that people in France seem to be pretty happy being French and with their style of government, and they have over 60% of their economy is operated by the government. So I am willing to recognize that might work well for some people. The French seem to enjoy a really high quality of life. And so Dennis Prager said something that just felt so emotionally powerful, and I just loved his ability with these pithy phrases. He would say, the bigger the government, the smaller the citizen. And it's like, wow. And people would like dissolve into tears when they'd hear Dennis Prager preach about the bigger the government, the smaller the citizen. But then when I analyzed it, I don't see any such truth on the ground, right? The size of the government in the GDP does not seem to correlate with improved or inferior moral character, right? I don't see distinct differences in moral character between areas with big government versus small government. And so I love the sound of the bigger the government, the smaller the citizen. I just don't see any factual evidence for it. But what say you, Kip?
I'd say LA, California. If this week has taught us anything, you could see the story is trying to be made that they are sort of pro wildlife, at the cost of being anti-human. You know, that they care more about the smelts than the fire protection or whatever. But the harsh reality, I mean, somebody like me thinks this way. Maybe they know it costs too much to protect humans, you know, from a preventive maintenance standpoint for these fires. And it's just so much easier to wave the red flag and get FEMA to come pick up the tab, you know, get the federal government to come pick up the tab on it. Am I not giving people enough credit? Do you think people are just
you're just saying what you believe, and I would assume that's been your outlook on these things for many, many years. It's a conservative reflex to have that attitude. But both you and I, Kip, we claim to optimize for truth. And I submit to you, Kip, that when you optimize for truth, the truth is frequently jagged, and it will rip up some of your fondest assumptions about how the world works. So if we truly optimize for truth, we should be frequently discomforted by the ways that truth tears up our fondest prejudices. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, is it too cynical for me to think that some bean counters are sitting down in LA going 16 lives? What did we save? 300 million at least, and not doing this preventive maintenance. Now FEMA's going to pick up the tab. It was 16 people out of a population of 10 million. Hey, this is great because we've got all these resources we can spend on the other, 9.9 million people that are still alive. So I know that sounds cynical, but when you just see, you can't help but think that way when you see whatever her name, Karen Bass, sitting there acting like that reporter was not there. She was acting like he was invisible. She was doing a great job of giving no emotion whatsoever. I was wondering if the guy was like superimposing these questions, because she was given no visual cues that she was even being spoken to. What was your takeaway from that Karen Bass attempt at an interview?
Yeah. My takeaway is that the conservative critiques of Los Angeles government, most of them just feel too easy and too flip. I mean, everything that you tell me is right wing, and I am right wing, so it usually feels quite congenial to the way I look at the world. But I don't believe that truth is inherently right wing or left wing. I suspect that truth is so challenging and jagged that it rips up ideologies, and so I play hate porn on this show. I enjoy hate porn about how the left is terrible and Karen Bass is an idiot and we shouldn't have lesbians in control. Like I resonate and enjoy that as much as the next guy, but I also try to rise above the hate porn, and I also have a certain amount of contempt for the hate porn. Like I might enjoy porn, but I might also recognize it's not really good for me. And so I want to challenge myself to perhaps minimize its role. And I'm not thrilled to just come here with all my prejudices and right-wing assumptions about how the world works are just being reaffirmed by everything that happens around me.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. As far as we got corporations and rich people. You got guys like George Soros that have been funding all these DAs to win elections in all these different cities. And what are we to make of when people like George Soros fund the Antifas, or when all these Fortune 500 companies give millions of dollars to these Marxist organizations like BLM? Have the winds in politics sufficiently changed to the point where we can ask them to show where they've given their dollars to show compassion for traditional family values in America? I mean,
well, that's never going to happen. So there's no point in asking for gravity to stop applying to reality. So reality always wins, and people have different hero systems, and George Soros has his own hero system, and he's not going to have empathy for a competing right-wing hero system. And the more important question is to be asked, how is George Soros so influential? And so how can we organize on the right to counteract his influence and be even more influential and effective than he is? But expecting that people on the left are going to see the sinfulness of their ways and that they're going to have a come to Jesus moment and recognize that we were right all along, that the world is going to come and drop to their knees before us and say, Kip, Luke, we acknowledge that you were the two true masters of the universe, that you saw truth and you saw goodness much more clearly than we did. I just don't think that's a good recipe for life. I don't expect the heathen to all convert to Christianity, and I don't expect the left to fall on their knees and recognize, oh, it's the right that is right. In different circumstances, different types of policies will be more or less adaptive.
I just think when the three organizers of Black Lives Matter tell us that they're all three trained Marxists, you got to take them at face value on what they say, And so the corporations, they send millions to train Marxists. And you saw how they were blowing with the wind all through. They were glorifying, who were they glorifying? Trayvon Martin and St. George Floyd, all the people they were glorifying. And now it's just a different political era. So should we expect them to, at some time in the future, blow the other direction?
Well, how many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? I mean, how many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? And how many times must the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind.
10-4. I know.
So don't you ever get tired of every event around you simply reconfirming your pre-existing opinions? I mean, that seems to be what underlies all your commentary, is that everything that happens around me just supports my pre-existing opinions.
It ends up making me feel like God, because if you could imagine your life as God, you would be like, you would want to be surprised. You would want to get taken by a surprise thunder shower, or a snowstorm you weren't expecting. But you're like God. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but that is not compelling. What's compelling is when people recognize that they were wrong. So I never want to read about someone writing an essay about how they were right. I almost never want to read that. The much more immediately compelling anecdote is when someone recognizes that they were wrong. I mean, that is what's surprising, and that's what's interesting, and that events around us simply confirm our pre-existing opinions is not interesting. It's boring.
Yeah, it is, but I would expect, I'm like you, I would expect that you've been around 58 years, I've been around 56. I would have expected to have need to print a retraction right now. So it's just too predictable. Don't you hate watching the movies when you can just like see the dialogue that's coming? I mean, again, 56 years of this, knee high, just saw the dialogue coming. People say you can't know how God feels, and I say bullshit. 56 years practice. I know how the man feels. Anyway, Luke, why don't you show us some more of the good stuff, and I'm going to free you up, my friend.
Okay, Kip. Good to talk to you.
Hey, bro. Bye-bye.
And one way of understanding different levels of intelligence is that people more intelligent than us are living more in the future. They're better able to predict what's coming, and you will see this particularly when you watch a movie or a TV show that has an element of mystery to it. And if you're watching it with someone who is smarter than you, they will pick up on the cues of what's really going on much faster than you will. And so I have way too often been confused by what's going on in a movie, in a TV show, and I've had to turn to the person next to me for an explanation. So I'm thinking about, some women in my life who would they would decode the movie and the TV show so much more quickly, so much more effectively than I would. And why could they do that? Because they were so much smarter than I was. It's a good intelligence test to be able to read a text or read a movie, read a TV show, understand what's going on, and understand that it's leading in a particular direction. And so, no, I haven't usually suffered from what Kip has talked about. Don't you hate watching a movie where you already can just immediately tell what's happening? No, those are the people that I watch movies with, right? They're smarter than I am. They know what's going down. And I'm asking them to bring me up to speed. And it's humbling because I like to think of myself as really smart, but compared to all sorts of people in my life, I am not so smart. And so it's quite rare that I turn off a movie or a TV show because it's just too predictable. Unfortunately, I'm the guy who has to ask for help to try to understand what just happened in the movie or the TV show. Right.
Until the pandemic, the bar was bustling and popular with regulars. It's just a few seats, but it was a pretty happening place. Ray Mosier, the restaurant's general manager, told me. I can't tell you how sad I've been about it, she went on. I know it hinders communications between customers and staff to have to-go bags taking up the whole bar, but there's nowhere else for the food to go. She put up a sign, bar seating closed. The sign on the bar is a sign of the times for the restaurant business. In the past few decades, the sector has shifted from tables to takeaway.
So at any time, there's going to be some giant earthquake in California, in Southern California, that is going to ruin the ability to live here for many, many months. And so I often think, where would I move if life becomes unlivable in Southern California? And in my heart, there's a large part of my heart that wants to move to Oregon. But all my experiences of Oregon were in 2001 and 2007, and it just seemed so idyllic and clean and safe, including Portland. I just loved how nice people in Portland were. In Oregon, I loved the coast. It was a different beauty to the coast of Oregon compared to the California coast. The quality of life just seemed magnificent in Oregon, and I realize it's deteriorated, particularly around Portland. But what can I say? I have this kind of idealistic vision of an Oregon, or certainly a Portland, that no longer exists. All right, let's hit the chat. Jenny says the cluster wildfires always start over volcanoes. And Sarah says, I lived through the Coldor fire. I was evacuated for 4 weeks. The forestry left the forest unmaintained for way too many years. They neglected the forest. They half-ass cleared the forest. They left slash piles that would explode. And Jenny says, I'm from Seattle. Now I'm in Southern Oregon coast. Is the Southern Oregon coast as beautiful as I remember? Coos Bay. I have made a couple of long road trips quite spontaneously. And so my last one was in 2007. I went and rented a car. I told him, I'm just going to drive in California. But then as I started driving up the coast of Northern California with my girlfriend, I decided, what the heck, I'm just going to go into Oregon. And then I get on the phone to my car rental case, and they say, hey, you're breaking the terms of your car rental, and if there's any kind of accident, you will be liable. So you need to very gingerly make your way back to California, which I did without incident. But that was my last trip to Oregon. I made my way up to Coos Bay, and it was just so beautiful. Steve Prefontaine, I think the great runner, was there. I watched the 2 movies about Steve Prefontaine that choked me up, because when I was 12 years of age, I dreamed that I'd be a great runner one day, even though I had zero talent. But Oregon was just so beautiful. Is it still Southern Oregon by the coast? Is it still so beautiful? Oregon and Washington are beautiful. Yes, I mean, Oregon, those just seemed so much more beautiful than Washington. Right, driving up the coast of Washington, I don't recall it doing much for me. Maybe I'm missing out on something. You're in Coos Bay right now. Oh my God, it's so gorgeous there. Is it still gorgeous and beautiful and clean and neighborly and people are nice? Right? Is it still like that in Coos Bay? I had a friend who was a pastor in Coos Bay, and you ever think about people and then wince and shudder at the inappropriate things you've said? So this man, who's been a very good friend to me, was a very good friend to my family. He came to stay with my family like 40 years ago, and I can't believe what I blurted out to him. Like 5 days into his stay, I said to him, "How long are you going to stay here eating our food?" Oh. Of all the ugly, inappropriate, stupid, ridiculous things I've ever said, it was to that good Christian man who was a pastor in Coos Bay. Is the quality of life in Coos Bay just off the hook? Is it low crime, very little litter? Is it neighborly? Does the beauty? I'm sure the beauty can't take your breath away every day. I mean, you show me a beautiful woman, as the cliche goes, and I'll show you some guy who's tired of having sex with her. And so I'm sure you become just kind of blasé about the abundance of natural beauty in Coos Bay. Oh, it's awesome if you don't need a doctor. The medicine here sucks. You have to be ready and able to travel for specialists of any kind. And you seem to be saying, Jenny, that you've faced some considerable health challenges for which a great doctor makes all the difference in the world. So most people, most of the time, neither the quality nor the length of their life is affected by medical care, right? Most people, most of the time, don't need medical care, but there are rare individuals, rare situations where the difference between a good doctor and an average doctor is life-changing. So I went to 40 doctors for my chronic fatigue syndrome in my 20s when I was bedridden for 6 years, and none of them could help me. Then I met a woman through a Jewish singles ad in Orlando Jewish newspaper, and she brought me back to Orlando with her, took me to her psychiatrist, the late Daniel Goldwyn, and he just transformed my life. He gave me back my life at age 27. He gave me Nardil. He was great. And then he said to me, go out there and show me how much money you can make. There's homeless people in Coos Bay? Oh, that's gross. They kicked the homeless out of Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, New York subways, and now they're in Coos Bay. That's so sad. I have this idyllic picture of Coos Bay that may not completely resemble reality. Okay, I need to take a 2-minute break.
Wholeness. So I am imperfect and part of a greater wholeness that includes imperfect and perfection. I think one of the best ways to understand this is from the Japanese cultural side of things. 2 things, one of which I can remember the Japanese for and the other I can't. But in the Japanese culture, they have this concept called wabi-sabi, W-A-B-I, W-A-S-I, wabi-sabi. No, W-A-B-I, wabi-sabi, S-A-B-I, wabi-sabi. And it means the appreciation of the imperfect. So when you do the Japanese tea ceremony and the person running the ceremony hands you the teacup, you turn the cup around in your hand until you find the perfectly imperfect part of the cup from which to drink. And you're not looking for the what we might call perfect from the manufacturer. You're looking for that part of the cup that has some, I don't know what you call it. I was going to say class or there's something special about it because it's worn, because it's not perfect. It's gone beyond the machine that made it, or even because it's handmade, it has some imperfection. You're looking for the imperfection because that's where the real power is. And so you drink from that part of it. It's the beauty of the imperfection. So yeah, I'm imperfect, but that's where the beauty is. And there's a Japanese art form where you take a broken pot and you put it back together by, gluing is what I'm going to say, but that's not the best word, by gluing together the broken pieces with gold. And so what you end up with is a more beautiful pot with all these gold lines running through it. And the point is, there's the beauty of the imperfection. So yeah, we're imperfect, but that's not a negative. It's part of a greater wholeness.
So from about the age of 11 until about the age of 42, whenever I'd go to a new place, such as Portland, or I'd go to shul there, and it seemed like there were like 5 different women there who would have been eager to date me if I lived there. So whenever I'd go to a new place, there were like all these girls, women who wanted to date me. But then people would get to know me, and my allure would considerably diminish. But I think of Portland, and it was just so alive with romantic and courtship possibilities. I met a woman there, and we went out Motzi Shabbos Saturday night, and I really misplayed my hand. Right? So many times women were just so eager to get to know me on a more intense level, and I would just be oblivious. And so I went out with her, and I met her at her place, and I'd been on the road for about 2 weeks, and I hadn't showered in 2 weeks, but I didn't want to show up all stinky. So I found this fountain in downtown Portland Saturday afternoon, and like I took off all my clothes but my shorts and jumped into the fountain and tried to wash off, but it was like it wasn't so clean in the fountain. So I show up to her place Motzi Shabbos to take her out, and she asked me, "Oh, do you want a shower?" And I said no, and I must have ponged. I must have stunk something awful. And I said no. Like throughout my life, I've said no to the things I want most. A woman offers me ice cream, and I just say no, even though it's what I wanted most. It's such a hot day. And so she asked me if I wanted a shower, and I said no, even though it was what I wanted most right then. So I take her out, and it comes to ordering, and I order an herbal tea, and I say, please give me an herbal tea that will make me sleepy. And the woman says, "Oh, wow, that's the first time I'm out with a guy for the first time, and he wants an herbal tea that will make him sleepy." And we go back to her place. Like, she's trying to seduce me, and I'm, like, oblivious. Like, I could have been in like Flynn, and it wasn't because I was so moral and so religiously observant. I was just too anxious and insecure. And by the time we'd climb Mount Hood the next day, summited there and back, like, my chances were gone. She'd come to know me too well. Doggone it. The Antisocial Century by Derek Thompson.
Is a sign of the times for the restaurant business. In the past few decades, the sector has shifted from tables to takeaway, a process that accelerated through the pandemic and continued even as the health emergency abated. In 2023, 74% of all restaurant traffic came from...
I don't know if you're a sentimentalist like me, but I just glorify things that are far away in space and time, and I tend to denigrate things that are right around me. So I'm always filled with nostalgia for what has been, and don't give sufficient credit to the opportunities that are with me right now.
Premises customers, that is, from takeout and delivery, up from 61% before COVID, according to the National Restaurant Association. The flip side of less dining out is more eating alone.
So I notice in general, people on the left prefer to explain human behavior for structural social societal, political, economic, Marxist reasons. And people on the right prefer to explain human behavior on the basis of individuals' free-willed choice. And sometimes I think the left is more right than the right, and sometimes I think the right-wing perspective is more useful than the left-wing perspective.
The share of U.S. adults having dinner or drinks with friends on any given night has declined by more than 30% in the past 20 years. There's an isolationist dynamic that's taking place in the restaurant business.
My life used to be so much more social. What the hell happened? I was living large. I could have been a contender. I was out there. I was living. I was loving. I was connecting. I was alienating. I was ticking people off. I was getting thrown out of places. But at least I was out there living large. And now I live large in my imagination, doing live stream shows to, 12 viewers. What the hell happened, 40?
The Washington, D.C. restaurateur Steve Salis told me, "I think people feel uncomfortable in the world today. They've decided that their home is their sanctuary. It's not easy to get them to leave. Even when Americans eat at restaurants, they are much more likely to do so by themselves. According to data
That is incredibly depressing. You go eat at a decent restaurant by yourself, or you go to a movie by yourself. I've done that like way too much, but it doesn't feel good. Right? Things like sex, they're just so much better when you share the activity with somebody else.
by the online reservations platform OpenTable, solo dining has increased by 29% in just the past 2 years. The number one reason is the need for more me time. The evolution of restaurants is retracing the trajectory of another American industry.
I really love me time. I really love being able to control everything around me. I'm not the most flexible person to interact with, right? It's like I've created my life where my social interactions have to be on my own terms. Otherwise, I just want to be by myself. It's not a style that I recommend.
Hollywood. In the 1930s, video entertainment existed only in theater.
I heard someone make this point that socializing with other people is not something that we should try to optimize, because I've often had this experience, like the first hour or two will be dull, and then suddenly, unexpectedly, you'll have some life-changing, heartfelt social interaction with someone. And so it's really hard to optimize that whole connecting with other people thing.
And the typical American went to the movies several times a month. Film was a necessarily collective experience, something enjoyed with friends and in the company of strangers.
Yeah, but there are some groups who tend to be quite disruptive when you try to engage in these pleasures, such as going to a movie. And so perhaps the lack of enforcement of social norms, right? I'm on the right, so I am for strong enforcement of social norms. It makes more and more public spaces feel unsafe. And so you just don't want to go there anymore. Just watch something, Netflix, and chill.
But technology has turned film into a home delivery system. Today, the typical American adult buys about 3 movie tickets a year and watches almost 19 hours of television, the equivalent of roughly 8 movies on a weekly basis. In entertainment, as in dining, modernity has transformed a ritual of togetherness into an experience of homebound reclusion and even solitude. The privatization of American leisure is one part of a much bigger story. Americans are spending less time with other people than in any other period for which we have trustworthy data, going back to 1965.
So why is that? So Derek Thompson attributes it, I think, primarily to technological change, and I attribute this to our increasing diversity and increased risk and havoc in public spaces, and civil rights legislation, which encourages the litigation of all sorts of intimate matters. And he doesn't go into whether this isolation is equal among all groups in all places. My sense of life in Salt Lake City, for example, was that people were not isolated. Right? People seem much more connected in Salt Lake City or in Sydney or in Brisbane than they are in Los Angeles or New York City. Fame chaser effect on news and streamers. Suggested goofy title. Fire NATO. Thanks, Bell. But I don't think all groups are equally predisposed to isolated existence, right? I do see much more of a communal attitude in places with less dangerous forms of diversity, more social cohesion, social trust. There's just much more of a neighborly sense in Salt Lake City, in many rural areas, than there is in the increasingly diverse big cities. But he doesn't seem to distinguish among different locales and groups. And you have to be a freak to not get connected in Orthodox Judaism, right? There are just so many opportunities to connect in Orthodox Judaism that something has to be really off kilter with you to be consistently lonely in Orthodox Judaism.
Here, in the end of the 20th century, in-person socializing slowly declined. From 2003 to 2023, it plunged by more than 20%, according to the American Time Use Survey. An annual...
So I would wager to you that this type of isolation did not occur at this rate among Haredi Jews during that time period. And I would wager to you that this type of isolation is greater among the more modern Jews. So I would reckon that this kind of tendency is stronger among modern Orthodox Jews compared to Haredi Jews, stronger among Reform and Conservative Jews compared to modern Orthodox Jews, stronger among completely secular Jews than among Reform and Conservative Jews who attend synagogue at least once a week. So I would suspect that the more religious you are, certainly in highly communal corporate religions such as Judaism and Catholicism, the less likely you are to be this isolated. Protestantism is an individualist religion. It's all about the transformation of the individual's heart. The essence of Protestantism is heavenly salvation for the individual. So Protestants are much more prey to secularism, because even Catholics and Jews who don't believe in traditional religious dogma, at least they often continue within the community, and they have much more of a sense of traditional ways of doing things and traditional ways of connecting with people. So Protestant countries secularized the first, way before Catholic countries. So there are many Jews and Catholics who don't believe in God, don't believe in religion, but still practice much of the traditional way of life because they find it congenial.
Study conducted by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Among unmarried men and people younger than 25, the decline was more than 35%. Alone time predictably spiked during the pandemic, but the trend had started long before most people had ever heard of a novel coronavirus and continued after the pandemic was declared over. According to Engin Adalay, an economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, Americans spent even more time alone in 2023 than they did in 2021.
So Haredi Jews were less likely than modern Orthodox Jews to practice social distancing. As a result, they suffered disproportionately from COVID. On the other hand, they had much closer ties to other people, so they probably did much better psychologically, socially, getting those needs met, because life is so much with others in the traditional Jewish way of life. Derek Thompson bases much of his article on Robert Putnam's research, but he conveniently leaves out that bit of research that Robert Putnam did and then waited 20 years to publish on it until he found a way to spin it. But one thing that Robert Putnam did in his research into why we now bowl alone is that he found that the more diverse a community, right, the more isolated the individuals in it are, less cohesive and less social trust.
A person as alone as I will throughout this article, if they are the only person in the room, even if they are on the phone or in front of a computer. Eroding companionship can be seen in numerous odd and depressing facts of American life today. Men who watch television now spend 7 hours in front of the TV for every hour they spend hanging out with somebody outside their home.
All right, that is depressing, but I would guarantee you that this is not equally true of Haredi Jews or even modern Orthodox Jews. I guarantee you it's not true of traditional Catholics or anyone who is active in an organized religion. They're going to be much less vulnerable to this type of isolation. Also, if you're a sports fan, you have so many more ways to connect with other people. So sports fans compared to non-sports fans are much more connected, much less lonely, right, happier, and generally more effective at life. And I know intellectuals despise sports. It's so lowbrow, but a little bit of sports fandom in your life tends to improve the quality of your life. I found it a very easy way to connect with other people.
The typical female pet owner spends more time actively engaged with her pet than she spends in face-to-face contact with friends of her own species. Since the early 2000s, the amount of...
Yeah, that's really sad. It's one reason that I don't want to have pets. I don't want to spend that time with animals that I could spend otherwise with commitments and contributions to the lives of other people.
Time that Americans say they spend helping or caring for people outside their nuclear family has declined by more than a third. Self-imposed solitude might just be the most important social fact of the 21st century in America. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many observers have reduced this phenomenon to the topic of loneliness.
So I noticed the sound has a vibration. I feel it coming out of the bottom of my phone.
2023, Vivek Murthy, then the Surgeon General of the United States, published an 81-page warning about America's epidemic of loneliness, claiming that its negative health effects were on par with those of tobacco use and obesity. A growing number of public health officials seem to regard loneliness as the developed world's next critical public health issue.
So there's a lot of talk about the health problems that come with smoking cigarettes. But smoking cigarettes, like sexual activity, is usually most enjoyed with other people. Right? Smoking is a way of bonding. It's an incredibly effective way of bonding. I remember reading a sociologist who, what was it? Constructive Ritual Chains. I think that was the name of his book. And he broke down the social component to sexuality and to smoking. Let me find that.
So I don't lose my imperfection. I don't have to be without imperfection to be part of the greater wholeness of the divine. If God is perfect as opposed to imperfect, and I'm imperfect as opposed to perfect, then there's no connection. Then there's no way we can be in contact. But if God is the non-dual that includes yin and yang, perfect and imperfect, then we're always in connection with the divine because there is nothing else. So it's not a matter of identifying one with the other or moving from imperfect to perfect. It's just recognizing that whatever I am, I'm part of this divine thing already. Nothing has to change. When I recognize that nothing has to change, I discover that everything is already and always changing, which takes it to the question of, okay, how do I live the golden rule? Because I don't always do it. I don't always do it when my ego is involved, when I'm making choices. I want X. Golden rule says I should do Y. Y doesn't get me X. Now what do I do? But when I'm in touch with the fact that we're all part of this divine wholeness, then I discover that I don't have to choose what I want. What I discover is, what I want is God's will for me. We'll get to that more formally in a second. But God's will for me is also my will for the whole, which is the golden rule. What I want is for everyone to win. And to do that is choiceless. It's not like, how do I win and they don't win as much?
Okay, I found the book. and I'm a big fan of this book, and it's got an incredibly sexy title. Are you ready? And if you are easily triggered by sexy titles, then I'll just advise you to turn off your volume for the next 5 seconds. Interaction Ritual Chains. Can you think of any sexier title than Interaction Ritual Chains? It's by a sociologist, Randall Collins, published this book in 2005. So many insights. We should see individuals as transient fluxes charged up by situations. Every dog will have its days. More accurately, every day will have its dog. Incidents shape their incumbents. Encounters make their encountees. It is games that make sports heroes. It is politics that make politicians into charismatic leaders. Although the entire weight of record-keeping, news story writing, award-giving, speech-making, advertising hype goes against understanding this. Deference is what individuals do towards others. Demeanor is the other side of the interaction. It is the construction of the social self. One becomes labeled as mentally ill because one persistently violates minor standards of ritual propriety. Right, occasions that combine a high degree of mutual focus and intention, right? A high degree of intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivity is that you affect me and I affect you. We emotionally penetrate each other, but not in the bad way. Together with a high degree of emotional entrainment, right? So through bodily synchronization, mutual stimulation, arousal of participants' nervous systems, these all result in feelings of membership that then attach to cognitive symbols and result in the release of emotional energy by individual participants, giving us feelings of confidence, enthusiasm, and desire for action in what we consider a morally proper path. So think about those rare times when I've done a great show and you're listening to me, I'm listening to you, and so we're synchronized. We are mutually stimulating each other. It's like I'm here, you're there, but we're giving each a spiritual reach around. Right, we're arousing each other's nervous systems, but in the good and holy way. And this creates a sense that we're in it together, right? That we're a team. And this feeling of connection, we will attach to cognitive symbols, like Luke Ford live streams, and we receive emotional energy from these interactions, which endow us with feelings of confidence, enthusiasm, and a desire to take action along the morally righteous path, right? These moments of intense ritual interaction are the high points of our life, right? How many times has the high point of your day been the Luke Ford live stream, right? These are always collective experiences, right? Sex is much better when you can have it with somebody else. These are the times that significant things happen, right? These are the moments that we tear up old social structures when we leave them behind and we create new social structures. So we get our emotional energy from situations, from interacting with other people. And when we successfully get on the same page with others and get synchronized with others, right? You know the difference between a flowing conversation and an awkward one, right? It's like half a second difference. Right. If the pauses are too long after each of you has spoken, all right, then you're not on the same page. But if you're interrupting, often then it's not working either. But when we get on the same page with other people and we get into synchronization with other people, we feel more confident. We feel stronger. We feel more courageous. We feel more desire to take action. We feel bolder in taking initiative. Right, we not only feel good, we feel exalted, and we feel that what we are doing together is important and valuable. And so if we gather together on a regular basis, we revivify these feelings. Right, I live stream almost every day, and don't you experience that when we get together here, all right, we have this morally suffused energy, we feel good, we feel exalted, we have a sense that what we're doing is important and valuable. And we know if we don't reconnect with each other that these sentiments will fade until they are resuscitated by another collective effervescence flowing out of a Luke Ford live stream. So this emotional energy has a powerful motivating effect, right? You get lit up by coming to this show and you want to come back, right? You get a burst of emotional energy and righteous indignation, and you want to experience that again and again and again. And so whenever we form a bond with another person, whenever we synchronize with another person, even if it's only we march together, right? We both derive energy and we develop a bond, right? You do the same thing with someone else in a synchronized way. You go to yoga together, you study Torah together, you volunteer for the homeless together, you play soccer together, you walk together, all right? You bond with the other person. And whenever you bond with someone else, out of that always comes a morality, a series of ethical commitments, right? And the most intense of these events, right, these connections that release the most emotional energy, they are what give the most intense meaning to our life, and we will feel the most intense desire to repeat them again and again and again. And so when we can participate in shared activities with other people, when we can have a high degree of focused awareness, when we can share peak emotions, when we can crystallize these experiences in symbols and keep them alive in symbolic replays to expand our lives, right? These are the significant formative events that shape our lives. And if these patterns endure, we may well call them our personality. If we disapprove of these patterns, we'll call them addictions. So this movement of individuals from one situation to another is what the author here calls an interactual ritual chain. It's an up and down variation in the intensity of these interaction rituals. It's shifts in behavior, shifts in feeling and thought that occur as situations change. And to have a maximum of energy and a maximum of effectiveness and happiness in life, right, you want to be synchronizing with the people in your life as you move through your day. If you can't get on the same page with other people, you'll get depressed and listless, and you'll lose drive and any keen sense of morality.
Or it's just, I want the whole thing to work. And so it becomes, my actions become choiceless. It's like the way it was put to me once. What are the chances of me picking up an axe in my right hand and just arbitrarily hacking off my left hand? Unless there's gangrene and I'm trying to save my life, that's never going to happen. It's choiceless. You can give me the axe, but I'm not going to hack off my left hand. When I realize that we're all part of this one thing, if you give me the axe, I'm not going to hack off your left hand either, unless it saves your life. I'm not going to take down the rainforest because that's my lung system. I'm not going to cut off my air supply. The idea is when I realize we're all part of this one process, my behavior becomes choiceless. I only act for the good of the whole, which is also for the good of me because I'm part of the whole. So when I'm making choices, it's because I'm out of sync, out of touch with the whole. But when I'm in touch, it becomes what Krishnamurti calls choiceless awareness. I just know how to act without having, there are no choices. The right thing to do is the obvious thing to do, and you just end up doing it. It's when we choose that we get into trouble. Now, I find that's true with 12-step all the time. So I'm sitting here in my office. To my right, to my left, is the kitchen. And in the kitchen, I have enemies, boxes of enemies, cans of enemies in the refrigerator. There are things calling to me, eat me, eat me. And if I try to choose not to eat them, I always lose. I'll walk into the kitchen, I'll open up the refrigerator and I'll look at stuff and I'll go, oh, should I eat this or not? I've already lost. Once that happens, I always end up eating it. If I put myself in that choice. But if I don't do that, if I stay in touch with the reality of this is poison, then there's no choice. I don't even say, should I? It's just, I don't even say I shouldn't. It's just, I don't. Because the clarity is such that eating is choiceless. I just don't do it. There's no struggle. There's no willpower involved. It's just the fact of the.
All right, a little bit more from Randall Collins' great book, Interaction Ritual Chains. He says, pride is a social attunement emotion, right? It's the feeling that one fits naturally into the flow of interaction, right? So if you have a high sense of solidarity, it means that you feel like you're smoothly flowing through the interactions in your life, right? So you have confidence and your freely expressed impulses are followed and that they're connecting and working and building up other people and yourself. So major difference in outlook between high-level performers who are the consistent winners and lesser performers who are the losers. Right? What's the difference? And this is with regard to competitive swimmers. Winners are meticulous in performing their routines in ways that they have deliberately developed. They build up their own rhythms and they stick to them in the face of competitive opposition. The winners make themselves the focus of attention and they set the expectations around themselves. Think Tom Brady. Losers like Tony Romo, right, let the winners become the focus and adapt their micro behavior towards them. So a winner tends to be a dominant person. They have a sense of control throughout their situations. Winners maintain and build up their own rhythmic coordination. They anticipate what they will do and others will do, and they set the micro-rhythmic pace. Losers and people who are dominated allow themselves to break their own flow of anticipation. They allow dominating persons to set the pace. Then eminent intellectuals, right? They are energy stars. They are highly productive. They turn out a large amount of work. So I do a large number of live streams for many hours when I'm getting fed, when I'm getting emotional energy from doing the stream, right? Energy stars. Eminent thinkers work long hours. They're obsessed with their work. Their thinking is energizing for them. It's as though they are magnetically drawn along by their chains of thought at times of peak momentum in these spells of thinking, which often takes the form of writing. Ideas come into their heads. It's as though when they write that they are taking dictation from their highest self. So eminent thinkers, energy stars, are highly focused, highly energized persons who are the focus of a particular network. They put together streams of symbols in new ways, right? And these ideas come from the community of which they are a star. So all eminent thinkers have high degrees of emotional energy concentrated in their work, and they then transmit this attitude. They transmit their intense focus upon intellectual symbols, and so they are magnetically enthralling and energizing for those who come into their orbit. So the intellectual will usually be at the core of a particular network. They will have an immediate sense of who lines up with them and against them on various issues. Their thinking covers ground swiftly. So unlike the marginal intellectuals, they don't need things spelled out, right? The great intellectuals know in advance what arguments will follow from what concepts. They have a sense of what arguments can be further constructed, what directions can be opened up, what applications can be made. Right? The symbols that make up the content of their thinking are loaded with emotional energy, EE. Right? It's this activity of thinking and talking and being the focus of attention that gives them this energy. So you usually need a network, a group of which the intellectual is the locus to launch a star intellectual career. You don't do this usually completely on one's own. So what you will pick up from a great intellectual and a great teacher, it's not just his emotional energy, but you'll also learn how to operate in the intellectual field of oppositions.
The poisonous nature of that act that makes it choiceless. Again, I don't know if any of this is making sense to anybody, but when there's a struggle, and this may be oversimplifying it, but when there's a struggle involved, I'm out of sync with reality. When I'm in sync with reality, then it's choiceless, effortless. It's what the Chinese Taoist calls wei wu wei, non-coercive action, or what we might call, when you're cutting wood, you cut with the grain. When you're swimming, you swim with the current. When you're sailing a boat, you tack with the wind. Surfing, you surf with, you surf with the wave. You don't surf against it. So, or with the current, whatever you do. But the idea is you work with the reality. You don't work against it. Wu wei, non-coercive action. And that's what I think 12-step is taking us to, an awareness of the reality, and then you just work with that reality, and it's effortless. If there's a struggle, you're out of sync. Okay, Patrick, save me.
Sorry, I totally lost touch with. I didn't get any audio there for a minute. Are we on to
I
the
was
next
brilliant.
question?
That's all you have.
Fantastic! I can't wait to listen to the recording.
For me, that's very important. It's a crucial difference.
So let me rewind. Some people will say my higher power is God. Some people will say is the group. As long as it's greater than yourself.
Greater power is beyond me. A greater power embraces me. A power that's
right. I notice in movies, novels, and TV shows that people tend to get into trouble when they don't live for anything higher than the satisfaction of their own desires.
A power that's higher than me transcends me and never connects with me. It's like a cloud above the ocean, whereas a greater power is like the ocean and I'm a wave. I'm never disconnected from the greater power. I'm always separated or disconnected from the higher power. Now, I'm not much for prayer. I don't pray a lot. But if I do pray, I do so in moments of,
I love that. I'm not really into prayer either. Thank God that there's a wise spiritual leader such as Rabbi Rami Shapiro, who is open and honest about not really being into praying.
Extremist, I'm really in trouble. And it's like, I don't even think about it. I just pray. And it just so it comes out spontaneous. And I'm praying to a higher power because that's, to me, the nature of prayer. But my prayer is always to feel connected to the greater power. So my prayer comes from Psalms, comes from verse 8 of Psalm 16, which is Shiviti Shechina Lenegdi Tamid, which means let me see your face before me always. Let me just see that I'm surrounded by the greater power. So I'm just praying for a connection to the greater power.
And question from the chat. Luke, when you show up at a new job, they ask you if you're brains or brawn. You still say both, right? I've never had anyone ask me that. My God, the Bills are just putting the hurt down on the Broncos. See, that's why I'm quite willing to live stream through this game, because I just figured the Bills would blow out the Broncos. Now it looks like it's going to be 20-7. Now you're saying 40. Get back to this stimulating Derek Thompson essay on the antisocial sanctuary. After all, the Atlantic magazine saw fit to place the topic of this essay on its cover in its February issue.
Self-imposed solitude might just be the most important social fact of the 21st century in America. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many observers have reduced this phenomenon to the topic of loneliness. In 2023, Vivek Murthy, then the Surgeon General of the United States, published an 81-page warning about America's epidemic of loneliness, claiming that its negative health effects were on par with those of tobacco use and obesity. A growing number of public health officials seem to regard loneliness as the...
Right, at least smoking usually brings people together. And connecting to other people is probably at least as good for your health, perhaps, for many people, as smoking is bad for it.
The world's next critical public health issue. The United Kingdom now has a minister for loneliness. So does Japan. But solitude and loneliness are not one and the same. It is actually a very healthy emotional response to feel some loneliness, the NYU sociologist Eric Kleinenberg told me. That cue is the thing that pushes you off the couch and into face-to-face interaction. The real problem here, the nature of America's social crisis, is that most Americans don't seem to be reacting to the biological cue to spend more time with other people.
So I notice the most intelligent, most accomplished, most educated people tend to pair up and get married and have kids much more often, much more effectively than the less intelligent, the less educated.
Their solitude levels are surging, while many measures of loneliness are actually flat or dropping. A 2021 study of the widely used UCLA loneliness scale concluded that the frequently used term loneliness epidemic seems exaggerated. Although young people are...
So typically after I do a live stream, I am so exhausted that I don't want to interact with other people for hours.
Than they once were, there is little evidence that loneliness is rising more broadly today. A 2023 Gallup survey found that the share of Americans who said they experienced loneliness a lot of the day yesterday declined by roughly 1/3 from 2021 to 2023, even as alone time, by Adelaide's calculation, rose slightly. Day to day, hour to hour,
Right. There's a huge difference between being alone and being lonely. So being lonely is when you wish you were with other people. Being alone is great when you are acting in a way that you can respect and even admire.
We are choosing this way of life. Its comforts, its ready entertainments. But convenience can be a curse. Our habits are creating what Adelaide has called a century of solitude. This is the antisocial century. Over the past few months, I've spoken with psychologists, political scientists, sociologists, and technologists about America's antisocial streak. Although the particulars of these conversations differed, a theme emerged. The individual preference for solitude, scaled up across society and exercised repeatedly.
And Bell writes, fire is about loss. When a family member passes away, how do you cope with never another talk with them, especially your father? Was it a big loss, even though you didn't get on with him? I only experienced relief. And that's what I've noticed from other people who also had troubled relations with a parent who passed on. So I can't remember a time that I longed for a conversation with my father. I mean, I'm sure there was a time, but it would have been when I was 10 years of age, right? I can't remember a time in the last 40 years where I yearned for conversation with my father.
Is rewiring America's civic and psychic identity. And the consequences are far-reaching for our happiness, our communities, our politics, and even our understanding of reality. The end of this.
So maybe I'd definitely stream less if I was more social, had more intense, close commitments with other people. Perhaps all my live streaming is in part a coping mechanism for certain level of emptiness in my life. On the other hand, live streaming can be a valuable service that you give to others.
Century. The first half of the 20th century was extraordinarily social. From 1900 to 1960, church membership surged, as did labor union participation. Marriage rates reached a record high after World War II, and the birth rate enjoyed a famous boom. Associations of all sorts thrived, including book clubs and volunteer groups. The New Deal made America's branch library system the envy of the world. Communities and developers across the country built theaters, music venues, playgrounds, and all kinds of gathering places. But in the
It's funny, even holding up something as light as a phone becomes a little tiring. And the more physically tired I am, the less intellectually astute I am. So I just feel this overwhelming desire to put down the phone. On the other hand, I had my rare Adderall this morning, and I combined it with my rare cup of coffee, and I just want to extract like every little bit of energy from those two indulgences and share that beneficence with the world. Heck, maybe it'll be easier if I play some more Rami Shapiro. Let me see if I can fast forward to different places.
Jewish tradition. It's called Rishimu, the residue of the whatever was happening when I was gone. The Rabbi Nachman of Braslav in the 18th century, 1700s.
So a lot of Orthodox Jews I know find the most powerful soul level, psychological level teachings from the great 19th century Hasidic rabbis, such as Rabbi Nachman of Breslov.
Is that right? No, 19th century, 1800s. Talks about buying perfume and taking the stopper off the bottle and letting the perfume evaporate. And you have an empty bottle, but you know there was perfume in it because there's the fragrance is left. That's the residue, the fragrance. So my meditation experience, the ego is gone. And I think that's also part of 12-step, is that 12-step, when you hit.
Yeah, I found it helpful to understand when I'm just trying to feed my ego. There's a great saying in 12-step, you can save your ass or you can save your life. Or wait, you can save face or you can save your ass. One of those.
Rock bottom. there's a moment when the ego is shattered, and then you begin to re-inhabit the ego, but you do it at a higher level.
Wow, I really ticked off one sponsee when I asked him, do you think you've hit rock bottom? Got to be very careful which persons you ask that question.
So it's, we talk about steps as if we're actually going from a lower level to a higher level. I see it more as a spiral, and that we
Yeah, I think this is powerful, right? We are not always ascending in life. We tend to be spiraling.
We're always going, working the steps 1 to 12, but then there's another rock bottom, because you always have to start, wherever you end up, there's still ego, and then you have to free yourself from that, and you still work again around and around and around. But each time your ego is less and less as you go, because the spiral is going wider and wider, and so the ego is less and less because the ego is narrow. So the ego.
Right. I notice that people tend to become finer and kinder as they move from their teens into their 20s, in their 20s into their 30s. People tend to become finer and kinder the older they get, because they have more experiences of being humbled.
I've lived my life this way. He says, my ego comes up. He says, Thomas comes up. He's sitting in a wheelchair, and he says to me, Thomas comes up, and I let Thomas go. He raises his hand, and Thomas comes up, and he drops him, and Thomas comes up, and Thomas goes. I let Thomas go. He says, when I die, Thomas will come up, Thomas will fall away, and Thomas won't come back. And that's what I think this ultimate awakening is. And then you have to say, oh, that's God. What is God? Okay, now I know. So religion to me is never the answer. The religion is just a way of avoiding the question, what is reality? Religion, stop.
Wow. Religion is just a way of avoiding the question, what is reality? Wow. So that's certainly how religion functions for some people. Is your religion stopping you from asking the question, what is reality?
Contact with God as I understand God, which just means I'm going to project my own ego and outward and say, oh, look, God wants.
Yeah, I noticed for many people, God is just a projection of their own ego, just another opportunity to feel important.
What I want? Well, of course, because God's a projection of me, right? And then his will is going to be my will. And that's not what I have in mind either, right? God's will isn't my will, because my will is the will of an addict, even a recovering addict. So God.
So as I was getting tired there, just simply holding up my phone to the microphone makes me reflect on how, if your head is not balanced on top of your spine, how tiring that's going to be for your body, right? If you're either tilted too far forward or to the side or back, right, it's going to be so heavy. So if I were to grab a weight, like a 10-pound weight, I could hold it here without much trouble for a long time. But the more I tilt the weight, right, the much more of a pull it's going to have, the much more tiring, much more exertion, much more demanding and distorting the way it's going to become.
God's will is for reality to be flowing with the current,
Right. How do you know the difference between your will and God's will? So one difference is that God's will usually work in all sorts of different situations, and it will usually be aligned with what's in your best interests and the best interests of people who are around you. You can usually talk about God's will for you with other people. You don't have to hide it. So if it's God's will rather than just your ego, right, it will usually help you to develop your connection to your best self and to other people, and will be aligned with your future interests, not just your immediate pleasures. And usually God's will is not something you have to hide. It's something that you can share and discuss and get other opinions on.
Allowing, cutting with the grain, all that kind of stuff. And my will is to get what I want. So this whole notion of understanding what God's will is for me is problematic. If I can free myself from my understanding of God, what I come in contact with is what every religion calls, in one way or another, the no thing, the unknowable.
I love the word reality for God. There is a philosopher who seems to possess common sense. His name is Michael Huemer. Got an essay here. Jerky men and crazy women. What the heck? There's a stereotype held by men that women are crazy and a stereotype held by women that men are jerks. Here's an example of the former, the famous Hot Crazy Matrix video.
What are we going to talk about? What are you going to talk about today?
Today's lesson is, it's a little off the beaten path of tactical response, but it's still something that you can use every day. This is the Hot Crazy Matrix. It's what you need to know about how to deal with women and how to analyze the situation that you may be in or want to be in.
Okay, let's take a look at that right now.
Okay, so this is the universal Hot Crazy Matrix. It's everything a young man needs to know about women. I've developed this on my own over 46 years of living on the earth. So this is how it works. You have your crazy axis and your hot axis. Hot is, as usual, measured from 0 to 10. We're all familiar with that. Crazy is measured from 4 to 10 because, of course, there's no such thing as a woman who's not.
So it's very tiring to live stream. And so sometimes I have to simply switch topics to get a new burst of energy.
At least a 4 crazy. So you got 4 to 10. This is your hot crazy line right here. Very important that you keep in mind where the hot crazy line is. As a rule, this is your no-go zone. We do not hang around and date and marry women who are not, at least in our mind, a 5. So this is your no-go zone. You don't go here. We just rule this out. Life is better this way. That's the way it is. All right. Above a 5 and to about an 8 and below the crazy line, this is your fun zone. You can hang out here and meet these girls and spend time with them. That's your fun zone, but keep in mind when you're in the fun zone, you want to move out of the fun zone to a more permanent location. Okay? So that's the fun zone above a 5, hot, below an 8, hot, and below the crazy line. This means these are most of the time not crazy. Okay? Above the danger zone, above the crazy line, we have the danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany.
Okay, so the TLDR, too long didn't read. Women vary in hotness and craziness. The speaker tells you how much hotness and craziness are acceptable for different purposes. So what do people mean by these things? Are men jerks? That mostly means people are overly self-centered. They think too much about their own interests and desires, not enough about other people. They have an overly high opinion of themselves, especially without justification, and they tend to be too aggressive in interpersonal interactions. Why are there jerks? Evolution. The genes we have are those that in our evolutionary history cause people with these genes to leave behind more copies of their own genes compared to their alleles. Having a very strong focus on oneself causes one to serve oneself, which tends to enhance one's reproductive fitness. So to the extent the personality is heritable, we should expect jerkiness to spread among men. Why men? Why are men particularly prone to being jerks? Because there is stronger competition among men. In our evolutionary past, most women reproduced, but most men did not reproduce. Most societies practice polygyny, in which high-status men take multiple wives, which means that other men must have no wives. So men had to fight with each other to get a chance to reproduce at all. So self-centered and harmful behavior was more needed for men. Children were usually raised by women. Jerky people would probably be less attentive to children's needs and thus worse at raising children. So it's plausible that average jerkiness would be higher in males than in females. There is a stereotype that women like jerks. If you keep finding that men are bad, it could mean that you are choosing bad men. Why do women like jerks? Few women will say they like jerks, but they tend to prefer certain traits that are associated with jerkiness. It's plausible that men who are higher in the social hierarchy are higher value mates. And a certain degree of jerkiness enables men perhaps to climb the social hierarchy. Women desire confidence. Confidence helps a man succeed in life. It is a sign of success. The more you succeed in getting what you want, the more confident you feel. People who tend to succeed are generally going to be higher value mates. Confidence. Normally people start out with low confidence when they first start to do anything. Then as they gain skill, their confidence builds. Then there's confidence hacking. People have learned to associate confidence with competence. And so they hack the system. So confidence hackers are likely jerks. Are women crazy? What is crazy? So from this perspective of a philosophical essay, having strong and volatile and unpredictable to men emotions, including especially unpleasant emotions. No one minds if you easily get happy. So we probably know about the 5-factor model of personality. Women tend to be higher than men in the trait of neuroticism. And there are probably sex differences in neuroticism as part of what got James Damore fired, because he mentioned this fact. If you find yourself getting upset at this point in reality, then you're probably not suited to thinking about human nature or reality. Neuroticism means you enjoy negative emotions and you spend a lot of time there. Why would women be higher in negative emotions? Perhaps because women are more vulnerable. In relationships, women are at higher risk, at least in the near term. They risk getting pregnant. They suffer the risk that the man will abandon them and leave them holding the baby. Men have essentially zero risk and zero cost in having sex. Makes sense that women would be more susceptible to negative emotions surrounding relationships with men. Makes sense for males to be more risk-seeking and females to be more risk-averse. Many more women in history have left behind offspring than men. Most men have no offspring in our historical record. So in reproductive success terms, men have little to lose, much to gain by taking risks to their safety. Women have little to gain by taking risks. How does nature implement risk aversion? Through negative emotion, especially anxiety and fear. How does nature implement risk seeking? Through self-confidence and low levels of worry. That's probably why women score higher in neuroticism. So crazy is the male description of high volatility and susceptibility to negative emotions. Women, however, might regard men as the crazy ones for not having appropriate negative emotions and for being prone to foolish risks. Both are correct. Women worry too much and men take too many risks. So in the case of male jerkiness, female craziness may be over-perceived due to a selection effect. Perhaps men preferentially tend to date crazy women, which makes men perceive women as more crazy on average than they are. Men probably don't deliberately select for craziness, but they might select for a trait that is correlated with it. So there is a stereotype that hot women are more likely to be crazy, so men are selecting for hotness. Sadia Khan says it's because hot women see the worst of men because men are constantly pursuing them for sex, which makes it seem as if men care about nothing but sex, and that this in turn makes these women much more suspicious when they get into a relationship with men. And Orion Taraban, a psychologist, says it's because people do not speak honestly to hot women because they, particularly men, are constantly trying to have sex with them. So these hot women develop a distorted perception of reality. We need other people's honesty to keep us in touch with
I'm Dr.
reality.
Orion Taraban. Why that might be the case. I've already talked about the men. Now it's time for women to get theirs. The reason why beautiful women are nuts is actually pretty simple. Here it is. Beautiful women are nuts because no one ever tells them the truth. That's it. There are some women out there who have never been told the truth in their entire fucking lives. Like, can you imagine? You've been alive 20, 30 years and you've never been told the truth? Can you imagine how distorted a model of reality you would have? Like, you kind of have to feel sympathy for these women. Now, because they can be so out of touch with the way things actually work, they can often be the engineers of their own dissatisfaction. This is because while these women might not ever be at a loss for potential partners, eventually these guys are going to get so sick of their nuttiness that they're going to walk. Pretty is not sufficient compensation for crazy. Most guys have to learn that the hard way. And these women end up snatching defeat from the jaws of success when they operate under bad models. So how does that happen? A lot of these women are precociously attractive. They hit puberty and they realize that everything changes. Men of all ages start looking at them differently, treating them differently. They start to stare, not just the boys in their class, but the boys' dads as well. And that can be terrifying and scary and exciting and confusing for young women to navigate. They've just come into a great deal of power that they did nothing to earn and don't yet know what to do with. And why would they? They're chronologically just teenagers, and they may be even younger than that emotionally.
All right. Enjoy this guy's YouTube channel, Ryan Taraban. 2 other possibilities. Less hot women behave more agreeably because they have to. Hot women can get away with doing more things that men don't like. I had a friend who would complain about the price of being married to a hot woman. Hotness is partly in the way you dress. Hot women have chosen to be hot, and they are choosing to appeal to sexual desire. But the typical female sex drive is a small fraction of the male sex drive. So if a woman works to be hot, something unusual is going on. So I have usually found that the women who are freakiest in bed are the most psychologically damaged. Women might seek a sense of power over men. Women might want more from sex. She might have self-esteem problems and is trying to assuage them through sex. That was true of most of the porn stars that I knew. They didn't grow up feeling attractive, and so they tried to assuage their self-esteem problems through becoming famous. Women have low emotional engagement when it comes to sex, which makes them promiscuous. Conclusion: the right partner for you is not the sexiest person you can get. The right partner is the one who will make you happiest. Evolution did not design us for happiness, so to choose the right partner, you have to think beyond your natural impulses and emotions and consider who objectively has the best character traits. So I remember my father would often tell me that, women are crazy, but so many of the women that I knew in my life were just admirable, were not crazy.
And then I discover what God wants is what is reality. And I'm imperfectly perfect, or I'm perfectly imperfect. And, it's the madness is that's God's will.
I love using the word reality as a substitute for always invoking God, right? I believe in God, but sometimes I just need different language.
Universe as it is, with all the craziness that's going on. And what God wants is for me to live that in tune with the golden rule. And that may or may not be what I want. Now, does God want me to be sober? Does God want me to eat, to clean up my eating? Not in a self-conscious way, but when I'm in touch with the divine as the divine is, then eating, being sober, being clean.
Right. When I'm in touch with the divine, in touch with reality, when I'm living sober, right, I am less inclined to indulge in my destructive emotional addictions.
Is choiceless.
Rami, how do you practice your faith and at the same time live the principles of the 12 steps?
Yeah. Okay. So, I don't see any conflict. My Judaism is, staying in conscious contact, staying in contact with the divine. I use Jewish meditation techniques to do that. On Shabbat, Friday night, we light candles and spend Saturday. Maybe this helps. I don't go to synagogue. I find synagogue tedious. I don't go through the traditional prayers of a prayer.
Right. Most Jews find Jewish prayers tedious. Right. So there's an evangelical Christian minister in the 1980s who said that God does not listen to the prayers of Jews. And Dennis Prager noted most Jews would probably agree with him that God does not listen to the prayers of Jews.
Prayer book, because they're so dualistic and they're all.
Right. It's easier for most Jews to feel a connection to God watching Lord of the Rings or visiting Yosemite than going to synagogue.
All about a higher power, which I find doesn't move me in the least. So my Judaism is drawn from the mystical side of Judaism, the meditative side of Judaism. I have, I'd be happy to share this with anybody, but if anybody wants to email me, I have a little booklet called 1 Foot Judaism, and it's a little PDF I would be happy to send you. But my Judaism is not conventional in any way. Even though I was a synagogue rabbi for 20 years and I tried my best to bring an alternative way of doing Judaism to people. When I left that world, I couldn't find a synagogue that I lived in, that I could feel comfortable in. So I don't know if that helps, but yeah, conventional Judaism doesn't work for me at all.
How does one die to oneself?
Yeah. So the simple answer is I have no idea. It's an act. It's a gift of grace, right? That's what it is. All you and I can do is prepare ourselves to receive the gift. I prepare myself to receive the gift through chanting primarily. So I chant the 13 attributes of the divine from the Jewish tradition. I chant to the Divine Mother in the Hindu tradition into which I was initiated. I chant something from the book of Deuteronomy, just a phrase, Ein Od Milvado. There's nothing other than the divine. I just chant these things over and over and over again as a way of keeping my mind from spinning Rami stories. You know, this is what's happening to me. Why is this going on? Why am I not doing that? Why didn't I win this prize? Why did, someone else won the Nobel? Why wasn't it me? Whatever it is that I'm telling myself. So I find that chanting is a way to keep my...
I've heard about this guy for years. I don't think I've read any of his books, and I don't think I've ever listened to him before, but I find him good for me. I find him calming.
Myself from focusing on myself. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with Eknath Easwaran, Eswaran, Easwaran, yeah. He has a center, he's deceased, but he has a center in Northern California. But everything they do is online. It's called the Blue Mountain Center. They do a lot of free mantra classes online. He doesn't have a specific mantra that he gives out. He just encourages you to find one in whatever tradition you prefer. But he talks about how mantra works. And just by reciting mantra throughout the day, whenever it occurs to you, it's just a way of freeing yourself from your own babbling.
I appreciate spiritual teachers who don't try to push you into their particular denomination. There was a great Christian psychiatrist who was beloved by my parents, and I've never forgotten the title of one of his books, A Place for You. His name was Paul Tournier, and he did not try to counsel his patients to follow his particular religious denomination.
And that's what I find that's the method I use to prepare for those moments when the gift of grace shatters the ego and something else happens. So mantra is the way I do that.
I had a spiritual experience, but it hasn't stopped me from struggling with my addiction. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, okay, me too. That's my thought. Me too.
Right.
I don't expect the spiritual experience to, really, I don't expect it to do anything permanent. I had it the first time I had it, I was 16, and it lasted, I don't know, minutes like that. I don't know, even 10, I have no idea. It didn't make me any less of an idiot or an asshole than I was before. It just told me that there was a greater reality of which I was a part. And then I had to continually try to work that out in my daily life so that I could align myself with the golden rule as much as possible, but never perfectly. I don't expect a lot from spiritual awakening other than, there is a greater power. And I can prepare myself to receive that gift if it ever comes again. So I have no expectations. I've had that experience multiple times, but it never stopped me from wrestling with food. So yeah,
I've had multiple spiritual experiences, but have not taken away my self-destructive emotional addictions, such as for lust.
And so I can understand why, and that's why I'm a recovering food addict, not recovered. So yeah, that struggle is unending, but it's part of the divine.
So people with long-term sobriety, some of them will embrace the term recovered, right? They feel strongly that they have recovered from addiction, and then other people have long-term sobriety, such as this rabbi, but he still uses recovering.
Divine wildness. In the beginning of the book.
And I recognize that there are advantages to each approach, right? Each approach may be better suited to one type of personality. The big book promises you recovery, from addiction if you work the 12 steps, that you have recovered. That is the big book perspective.
I mean, I'm Jewish. I'm a rabbi. I love the Bible. I love the parts of the Bible I love. I hate most of it. But in the opening of Genesis, it says, you know, in the beginning of God's creating the heavens and the earth. The heaven and the earth was, it depends on your English translation, but wild and unformed. The Hebrew is tohu vavohu.
Hey, my buddy Ricardo is here. How many of these fires are by arsonists? Well, Ricardo, let's say all of the fires in Los Angeles are committed by arsonists. But why would they want to do that? Like, how did we alienate these people? Have they suffered from structural racism, for example? Have they been otherized by our power systems? Have we failed to include them in our lives? Have we failed to hug them and to love them and to provide them with a livable wage? Like, where are we at fault for creating these arsonists? What did we as Americans do wrong to provoke and stimulate and trigger this destructive arson? Where did we go wrong? Let us examine our own souls.
Tohu, and it really means chaotic, incapable of holding form. It's constant. It's just incredibly messy, and nowhere in the creation.
Are they burning Los Angeles to dispose of evidence of something? Oh, very, very cynical here. While the Pacific Palisade fire victims conspiring for big cash outs that burn all the evidence of their weird satanic rituals, God forbid, depends on lightning and electrical wires. I'm confident that Big LA is burning Little LA to the ground to cover its crimes. Classic story.
Story. And I think of these as stories. They're parables, they're metaphors. But nowhere in the creation story does God make anything less messy. It tells you, the first line, it's a mess. And then God,
like, every time I think I've got Ricardo figured out, and it's like, okay, I have stimulated everything I can get from Ricardo. He always comes back with fresh and exciting and triggering perspectives. Thank God that God created Ricardo.
God says, let there be light. Okay, now I can see how messy it is. But God never says, and let there not be a mess. It's just a mess. And I have to live with the mess. In the book of Ecclesiastes, which is my favorite book of the Bible, that and the book.
Right. What part of ourselves are we trying to otherize by blaming arsonists? Like, what part of our own soul are we failing to take account for by pointing the finger at other wrongdoers? Right? What crimes have we committed that we fantasize could be burned up and destroyed? Which of our sins are responsible for these flames destroying Los Angeles? Right? For our sins, we are punished.
Book of Job. But in the book of Ecclesiastes, whoever wrote it, they said King Solomon, but whoever wrote the book of Ecclesiastes, in the second verse, he says that life is havel. And havel is translated into most English Bibles as vanity or meaninglessness, but the Hebrew word means transient. It comes from the word for breath. Life is no more permanent than your breath. You breathe it and it's gone.
Right. Aren't we all illegal aliens in God's world? What are we sinners doing, thinking that we own this or that? We're all illegal aliens of the soul, bro.
So he's saying that Genesis says it's wild. Ecclesiastes says it's impermanent. And then how do you live with impermanence? The whole book of Ecclesiastes.
So one of the few Jewish prayers that really moves me is when you say each morning, thank you, God, for restoring my soul. Thank you for giving me another day. Thank you for sustaining me for one more day.
As I understand it, and I have my own translation out there somewhere. My understanding of Ecclesiastes is he's telling you how to live with a world that's messy and impermanent and without security. And
so what are your tricks for living with a world that does not always abide by your wishes? Like, how do you navigate that? I'm asking for a friend. His name is Kip.
says there in chapter 3, he says there are times for war and times for peace and times for hate and times for love and times when things fall apart and times when you can pull things back together. And you don't get a steady state. You don't get a world that's loving and peaceful and compassionate. You get a world that's sometimes warring and sometimes peaceful and sometimes hate-filled and sometimes loving. And you have to know what time it is. And when we're caught in our addictions, we don't know what time it is. There's no clarity of seeing.
Oh boy, does that ring home for me. I mean, I would lose hours trying to find satisfaction from a particular piece of pornography.
So all I get from working the steps, and I think it's huge for me anyway, what I get from working the steps is a little more clarity. So I can see, is this a time for laughing or is this a time for crying?
So one description of Debtors Anonymous is that debting is a disease of vagueness. So I find the more specificity and clarity I have in my life, right, the more effective I am, and the further the distance between what I'm doing and my self-destructive addictions.
And I have a kid in my family, not my immediate family, but I have a kid in my family who is on the spectrum. What do they call that? He has emotional, and it's from a brain disorder. He can't tell us this is a time for laughing or a time for crying. His emotions can't read them. So his ability to relate to his surroundings is incredibly limited. But we all suffer from, especially if you're caught in an addiction, we suffer from the same confusion. What's going on? What is being asked of me at this moment? Do I really know, or I'm just reacting to my addictive thinking? So what the 12 steps gives me is a clarity of a little bit clearer seeing, so that I know what time it is. This is a time for withdrawing. This is a time for engaging. I need to know that. That's the spiritual awakening. That's all it gives me. It doesn't give me peace, except for moments of peace. And then there's moments of strife. It just lets me see, is this a peaceful moment or a moment of struggle? And even then, it's not 100% clarity. So when it says in step 12, having a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, I have two comments. One, I get nothing as a result of the steps. The steps help me prepare for a spiritual awakening, which comes through the gift of grace. But the awakening itself is just a little bit more clarity. And the more I work the steps,
Yeah, that's my experience of the 12 steps. I didn't have the blinding experience of Bill W. I didn't have the dramatic spiritual experience that I had when I started driving into Yosemite Valley in 2007. It was just a little bit more clarity.
There's a little more clarity, but it's just a clarity as to what's happening. And the more clear I am that the whole thing is God, and God is a mess. God is wild and chaotic and ordered and peaceful and boring, and it's just a mess. The more clarity I have, and the more clarity I have, not just about the whole, but about this moment in my life, what is being asked of me, and the more choices I am in responding to it, the better my life is. But I don't escape it. There's never a, oh, look, it's over. It's all peace. It's all love. It's all joy. That's not how I experience any of it. Maybe it's supposed to be, and maybe I just suck at 12 steps. I don't know. Maybe that's why I said in the beginning, don't listen to me. But this is how I understand it. And I find it a tremendous gift to know that that life's a mess. What in the first step, when it says my life has become unmanageable, if you've read my books, you know that I think life is unmanageable because it's a mess.
A key symptom for figuring out if you have some addiction operating in your life is that your life will become unmanageable.
What I get from 12-step, which is huge, is some clarity into seeing how the mess is playing out in the moment. Then how do I carry this message to other people? First, you do it humbly, but you do it just by the way you live, by continually, to the best of my ability, acting with that way, with the non-coercive behaviors, by constantly doing my meditation to try to expand the window of clarity. Just today, my sister called me with something that happened, and I think I could see more clearly than she could what was going on, and because she asked.
So when I'm doing work that's onerous, I can't wait to eat and to drink. And so I'll frequently just go 4 hours between meals. But when I'm live streaming, right, I can often quite happily go 7, 8 hours between meals because I'm just so pumped by what I'm doing.
If she doesn't ask, I don't say. But because she asked, I shared what I saw. And through my eyes, she could see more clearly than what she was seeing before. And that's how I pass it on. And then she said, well, how did you see that? Then I could say, well, here's this meditation I use, or, whatever it is. But if someone says, look, I'm struggling with, an addiction, well, then I think the 12-step is, that to me is always the path to go. I don't say a solution, because I don't know, but it's definitely the path I would recommend. But I carry it to others just by the way, I live my life. So I think we're moving into a very dark time. And I think that there are a number of religions out there that are very afraid of darkness. There's a willingness to face the dark. And I think that's what's necessary now. Hinduism talks about the Kali Yuga. We're going into this, or we're already in this time of deep breakdown and darkness. It's a time when Kali, the divine mother, comes and she's stripping away everything that we've been holding on to. There are Christianities I don't know if they're worldwide, but certainly in the United States, there are Christianities that are all about light only, and they don't help us deal with the dark. But to have a religion that allows us to stand in the dark, to have a religion whose, now this may be way off base, but to have a religion whose God dies is incredibly powerful.
And he's saying this as someone who's not a Christian, but I love the emotional openness and intensity of Jews. I found that very attractive coming from a Protestant upbringing. And so the ability to look human nature and its dark tendencies straight on, to recognize the power of the natural passions and to be able to speak frankly about them is something exciting that I found in Judaism. So let me skip past his praise of Christianity.
Of a state of realization that I don't know. But it's not a don't know.
Right. There are times when an agnostic, not knowing state serves you. There are times when an intense believing state best serves you. There's times when an intense not believing nihilistic state probably best serves you. Right. If you go through a phase of nihilism, you let go of everything that you hold sacred, you let go of everything that you previously were committed to. And in that space and opening, you're able to reconsider your priorities and perhaps move forward in a more productive manner. So I don't think nihilism is a great place to live in, but there are probably productive times in your life where you're better off for a phase of nihilism.
No, like I'm agnostic. It could be this, it could be that. It's no, you can't know. And it's in that grace of not knowing that we are free. Because agnosticism says, I don't know if there's a God, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that any knowing we have isn't it, because the human mind isn't capable of putting it into a system. Whatever the divine reality is, it's too big for us to make into an ism. So constantly going back and being baptized into not knowing is the gift of grace. So it's the end and the next beginning, and then the end and the next beginning. So it's, I don't know if that makes sense, but I think it's key to our freedom. You don't get one without the other.
Talking about joy, pain, and trauma.
So my experience is all of a sudden memories of, negative memories just come flooding in, and they could start haunting me. And if I struggle with them, try to get rid of them, I'm just empowering them. So that's just part of what it is to be me, I guess. And what I do instead is, if I can, I take my dog for a walk and I chant. If I can't, I just chant. But I just accept them as, okay, they're there too. So joy and sorrow, trauma, and whatever the opposite of trauma is just part of my reality. But to expect one without the other, I think, is to ask too much. To me, manifests the whole cosmos. I mean, I don't have this concept that the cosmos loves me. Gravity doesn't care. I'm going to fall off a cliff and die, and gravity doesn't go, oh, sorry, buddy. The laws of nature are the laws of nature. I have to learn to work with them. There's there's a grandeur to the universe that surpasses, like Paul says, surpasses my understanding. But I don't expect the universe to conform. This is why I love the book of Job, where God reveals the divine to Job, and Job realizes it is so far beyond anything.
So I hate many of the cliches people use with regard to reconciling an all-powerful God with unjust suffering. So I hate the cliche, God never gives you more than you can handle. Just no empirical basis for that. Or any of the pack cliches that religious people offer with regard to intense human suffering, I don't like.
Thing that humans can imagine, and it doesn't fit the human notion of ethics or morality. The same thing happens, I think it's chapter 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, when Arjuna asks Krishna, show me your real form, not this human form. And then he sees this incredibly mad universe with all these suns and eyeballs and all these things. The universe is just, it's incredible, and I'm a part of it. I mean, I was just working on a round to creating you, and you're going to spend the 100 years you've got, arguing over dirt and who's chosen and who isn't, and who's saved and who's damned, when you really could spend your time making, celebrating life and doing all these wonderful things. Who convinced us to waste the little time we have as conscious beings on this stupid stuff? When I look, I used to tell my friends, I tried to do this in my synagogue, but you can't do it, to move the synagogue into a planetarium and to just allow the awe of the cosmos to erase the ego and just be present to the majesty of the universe.
I'm sure there are a lot of Jews who have many more spiritual experiences in a planetarium than in synagogue, or in nature than in synagogue, anywhere but while engaged in traditional forms of Jewish prayer.
But the universe doesn't care. I think the universe evolves in a direction, and this is my faith, right? Not Judaism, just me. I think that, I'm trying to remember the guy who wrote this. Somebody did this wonderful book of interviews with scientists talking about the evolution of the universe. And the idea was that the universe is evolving toward higher and higher levels of consciousness. The universe is slowly becoming aware of itself or something. But the universe is being so huge. It's like me worrying about the cells of my pointer finger. I don't think that, the universe isn't aware of me. But in my little...
Okay, that will do it for today. Kip says, I tried to get Luke to think cosmically. It didn't take